For everyone that's just joining now, we're just going to let people filter in still, and then we'll start.
Hi everyone, welcome to the final day of the virtual Ukie Student Conference. We're really glad that you've tuned in either through the Zoom or the YouTube and anywhere else that we have running at the moment. It's been a really great experience over the last 2 days, having so many great speakers, but also all you lovely people that have been watching, or if you're just joining us today, especially welcome. Without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker of the day, Nikki, to the virtual stage.
Hello, am I on?
Yep, you should be. There we go, fully on.
Excellent.
I shall allow your lovely self to give your own introduction because I would not do it justice. So please take it away.
All right, no worries. Hello, my name is Nikki. I'm just going to share my screen so you can all see my slides. There we go. That should be up. That's what I'm hoping. All right. So hello, everybody. My name is Nikki Armstrong. I am a senior gameplay programmer at Ubisoft Reflections. It's really, really good to be here this morning. But before we start, I need to let you all know that my dog, Growlith, is sitting on my lap and he will definitely bark if the postman comes or if anybody dares to walk past my window. So if that happens, we're just going to go with it. I'm going to do my best to mute myself and we'll go from there. So I want to divide my talk this morning up into 2 sections. My journey up to this point, so how I've ended up in the games industry at Ubisoft, and then some general advice if you're going to be looking for a programming job in the games industry. So my background. I think most of you will probably already be at university studying, but I'm going to start a bit before that because I think it's important to talk about the factors that went into my decisions to study the course that I chose and my decision to go to university at all. Advice isn't one size fits all. So I think that it's important to put context around your journey if you're speaking to other people that are looking to start their journey. So from the beginning, I am from Adelaide, which is a small-ish city. It's the capital city of South Australia. I come from a low-income household. For a lot of my childhood, neither of my parents were employed. I've got 2 sisters and a brother, so there were 6 of us all together, which is a lot when you don't have very much. So I grew up playing free shareware PC games and abandonware, and I fell in love with computer games that way. We did eventually have a Nintendo 64 that our grandparents bought us, which we all shared, but this was years after it first came out. I've never had an Xbox or a PlayStation. I'm finally in a position where I might be able to get a PS5, which is very exciting to me. But the first console I bought, which wasn't secondhand, was a Nintendo Switch, which I bought last year. I moved out at 18, partially because university was an hour away from my parents' house. In Australia, there isn't really a culture of moving away for university. So I wasn't in university accommodation or halls. I was in a really cheap, dodgy flat by myself. While I was at university, I worked 2 jobs in order to be able to keep living in my dodgy, leaky flat. And 13 years since I began university, I still have a student loan. This is definitely not as big a deal as it is in some other countries, but it's still there. So how did I decide what to do after high school in the first place? Well, Adelaide isn't exactly known for being a huge hub of game development. It definitely wasn't in 2006. Australia in general at that time didn't seem to have a lot of game development opportunities, so the way into the industry wasn't obvious to me. There definitely wasn't anything like this conference made obvious to me where I could get advice and see people like me in the jobs that I wanted to do. Games courses didn't exist, so I couldn't apply for one of those and hope that opportunities came with it. And to skip ahead a bit, once I got to university and realized that the way into the industry was to put yourself out there, I felt like I couldn't do that either. I felt like I couldn't do networking or go to conferences. I was incredibly shy, but also I couldn't afford it. In the before times when nothing was online, I would have had to be able to travel to Melbourne or Sydney or overseas to be able to network. And I absolutely couldn't afford to do that. Also, secretly, I've never done a game jam because I was always working at night and on weekends. So basically, I knew that if I was going to go to university and commit to 3 to 4 years of study, plus working at the same time, plus this giant student loan, that I needed to choose a degree that was likely to create job opportunities. I needed to feel that the degree I chose would be a safe bet. So I asked myself what I truly wanted to do, and I would urge you to do the same, whatever your answer is. What I wanted to do was become a programmer. I already knew a little bit about what that meant because my dad had done some programming with me. I was good at problem solving, which I figured would be useful, and I knew programmers were needed in the games industry, and that was the big key. So what I figured was, get your head down, study hard, and figure it out later. I had to decide on a career that I thought that I would be happy doing, and I thought it would be possible to do, even if I never made it into the games industry. And I think that's important. There are some jobs that don't really exist outside of the games industry, but I needed to choose one that did. I'm not saying everybody watching this does, but I did. So a key piece of advice I would give you is to think about it like this. Get to the heart of what you really want to do. I want to work in games is such a big and overwhelming goal. Game developer can mean lots of different things, which I think is really, really cool. But decide what it will mean for you. For me, I want to be a programmer seemed achievable, and crucially, it gave me a fallback. So now I'm going to quickly talk you through my education and career so far. I did a Bachelor of Computer Science in Software Engineering with a minor in Pure Mathematics. This is not a games degree, as I've already mentioned, but within this degree, there was quite a bit of scope to choose the topics that you studied. Computer science is quite broad, and so were the maths units, but because I was given this freedom, I tried to make everything as games related as I could. So I studied AI, networking, machine learning, computer graphics, event-driven computing, and so on. I also studied the following really interesting courses, which I probably wouldn't have studied if I'd been able to choose a games degree. I then chose to stay and do an honours year, in which my supervisor and I chose to focus on video games again, and my other passion, which turned out to be test-driven development. My point is, firstly, I never forgot that I wanted to work in games, and secondly, I made the most of the opportunities I did have to make this about games. My honours thesis, I recently turned into a talk, which I gave at Ubisoft. So that turned out to be incredibly useful. And this non-games course, the course that was supposed to be generic programming and give me a fallback, ended up being largely about games. So the next key takeaway, it is what you make it. You get out what you put in, so you should make the most of any and all opportunities that you do have. So where did this get me? Well, it didn't get me into the games industry, at least not right away. What followed was a 10-year, reasonably successful and enjoyable career in tech. I did another one of these talks a little while ago, and a question I got afterward was, what did you do during the 10-year wait to get into games? Now, I don't consider that I had a 10-year wait to get into the games industry. A manager recently put it very kindly that the games industry waited for me to show up. I had a 10-year valid successful career in which I learned a lot and contributed to some incredibly cool projects. And when I was ready, I said, okay, let's try seriously to get into games now. And that didn't come until I had built up my confidence and my skills to a level where I thought I was qualified, could successfully network, could manage moving overseas, and where I could support myself if it didn't work out. So it's okay if you aren't ready for that kind of commitment at 19 years old. So hopefully now I'm going to demonstrate how my tech career has meant that I have transferable skills. My first job was in VFX as a tools programmer. This job had an Oscar in the office, so that was surreal. But this job was still in a creative industry, and it taught me networking skills. Not networking in the sense of what we're doing now, but in the sense of these are the skills that you need to make an online game, because we were making an online collaborative video review tool. It needed to be incredibly low latency. In fact, we guaranteed that it was frame accurate. So each person was seeing exactly the same frame of video at the same time. My next job was making online banner ads, the annoying pop-ups that appear over the website you're trying to visit, which I guess is a good example that sometimes you can't be fussy about the jobs that you take, and I definitely couldn't. These ads had 2 to 3 day turnarounds, and my job was to take the art assets and script the animations, click-throughs, and anything more complex that they needed. This taught me how to coordinate with other departments and work to tight deadlines. Then I worked in automated fare collection, which are the cards and electronic scanners that have replaced bus and train tickets all over the world. I worked on the system that is in use in Sweden. Here, I used embedded programming and learned how to develop for very specific hardware. Then I worked for a long time, about 6 years, in 2 different mining software companies. Most recently, I worked in mining simulation, and I recognized that I was incredibly lucky to find a job like this. But we basically made video games that taught you how to drive heavy machinery, and this software is used in mine sites all over the world. I worked on the AI of the NPC vehicles, the other machinery operating in the mine site that you need to interact with. I also worked on the tool that we use to configure our equivalent of quests. So by looking in a less competitive industry, I found a very gamesy job. All of these jobs also taught me proper project management, agile workflows, and all of that fun time planning stuff. And then I applied to Ubisoft, and now I'm here. So if you take anything away from my talk, I want it to be this. My career in tech was successful, enjoyable, and ended up not just something I was doing to pass the time until I got into games. All of the jobs taught me incredibly useful skills that are so needed in the games industry, over and above the obvious part that I improved my programming skills. I waited until I thought I was ready to apply into the games industry. Different people will be ready at different times. I was probably qualified well before I applied, but I waited until I was ready, partly because I knew it would mean I had to move overseas. For those of you already here in a country with a big games industry, it might not take you that long. What I'm really hoping is that although some of you, my journey might seem long-winded and some of you might think, oh, it would never take me this long. I don't need to go through tech first. No, you absolutely don't need to. You can get straight into games. But there will be some of you watching that can really relate. And it's those of you that I want to speak to and reassure that making decisions early in your career to ensure that you have a job does not automatically mean that you can't make career changes later in life. It's not even a career change. I'm still a programmer, just in a different industry. Widening your net to include tech jobs does not make you unqualified for a career in games. Good software is good software, and you can make that wherever you are. And that includes games companies you might not have heard of. In AAA, I work with people from indie and mobile studios and from non-games backgrounds like me. So you get out what you put in, and you can make a contribution and improve your skills no matter where you're working. So thank you for listening up to this point. Now for the second part of my talk, the part you're probably more interested in. You have the degree or the skills or the experience and you're ready to go. So how do you land the job? Hello, Growlithe. I need to stress again that I can only talk about programming jobs and I can only really talk about AAA, but it's probably similar to anywhere else. We're looking for great programmers, people with a solid foundation of software skills. Of course, other skills as well, which I'll cover, but for now, let's talk about programming. In AAA, the programming environment has more similarities than differences to a tech environment. We're working with large-scale legacy code bases. There are hardware considerations, performance optimization considerations, so we need programmers with skills to handle these environments. There are also a lot of people working in a AAA studio, and they all have very defined roles. So you will likely not be asked to be an all-rounder, at least not initially. It's great to understand all of the facets of how to make a game, and you may get to give your input into design and other areas, but primarily you will be a programmer. So we need you to be the best programmer you can be. Within programming, there are also a lot of different roles, some of which are very distinct from gameplay programming. So there, it is even more important to have a solid foundation of software knowledge. We need build engineers, engine programmers, tools programmers, and so on. Some core concepts to really nail down for this environment are data structures and algorithms. So your containers, your searching, your sorting, your optimizing, in the sense of understanding big O notation, in the sense of understanding how long a function is going to take to complete and being sure that it's going to complete at all. You'll need some maths, really essential, especially for the gameplay programming roles, but don't let this scare you off. You only need the most basic of maths understanding to get by in most situations. And computer architecture understanding, so understanding the hardware considerations and constraints. So with all of that said, what's the best way to impress an employer? Your attitude. No matter what course you study or how you learn to code, you will have to learn on the job. Programmers are lifelong learners. It's far more important that you have the right attitude towards learning and growing. Many people I've spoken to have said they would want to hire someone who understands that they don't know everything and are excited for the learning opportunities that the job will give them. So what does this look like? This looks like being eager to learn, being positive, being a team player, and being self-motivated. How can you demonstrate this? A lot of this will be how you describe yourself in your cover letter and in your resume, and how you carry yourself in your interview. For example, it's okay to admit you don't know something, but try and describe how you would find out. If you're given a worded problem in an interview, saying something like, I don't know, but that's a really interesting problem, so let's try and work it out together, will demonstrate you're not afraid of not knowing, that you're keen to learn, and will show off your problem-solving skills. Always, admitting you don't know something is better than trying to pretend that you do and hoping by talking for long enough, you'll stumble on the answer. That's general life advice, really, but an interviewer will definitely see through you. They have the answers in front of them. Another way to show that you are eager to learn is by attending conferences. These days, a lot of conferences put their videos up on YouTube, and so these can be accessed freely. This also doesn't just mean games conferences, but there are a lot of programming conferences happening throughout the year, so you can keep up to date with C++, C#, or any other language you choose. Because they're on YouTube, you can watch a video here and there when you feel you have time, rather than needing to dedicate solid time or energy if you aren't able to do that. You'll also want to demonstrate your personal skills. Your communication, your teamwork, your time management, all of these skills are important. So make sure to include them on your resume and be ready to talk about them in the interview. Maybe you used a tool to track your time and tasks for a university assignment. Your cover letter is a good chance to demonstrate your written skills. You can use examples from university or maybe from your part-time job, even if that's in retail or hospitality and not at all games related, to demonstrate teamwork. It could mean doing personal projects, either on your own or in a group. If you've done a group project, make sure to really point out the parts that you contributed and any cool technical things you learned or implemented for that project. If you'd like, and you're able to, participate in game jams, but I would urge you to look for the ones that occur over a week or longer. Game jams are great in some ways for teaching you how to rapidly prototype, to prioritize your work, to work in a team, to work to a deadline, and for helping you make games. The best way to feel like you're a game developer is to make games. But they're also unlikely to teach you how to properly test and document your code, how to architect a complex system, how to build something that's designed to last beyond the first 48 hours. So also consider some slower, planned projects if you want to improve your programming skills. When it comes to coding skills, language doesn't really matter that much. I've been a programmer for a really long time now, and I know around 12 different languages, some far better than others. And even still at Ubisoft, I've had to learn one new language and Ubisoft's wrapper on top of C++. So language doesn't matter a huge amount, but your ability to understand concepts does absolutely matter, as I mentioned in an earlier slide. Object-oriented programming, algorithms, containers, maths, these are all important. No matter how good your attitude is, you will need some baseline programming knowledge. But these concepts carry from language to language. A for loop is a for loop. Maybe the syntax is different. Maybe there's a quirk in this particular language that means if you run it backwards, it's marginally faster. But in general, the same rules apply. I've been able to learn a new language at each job because my base knowledge is solid. Now, if you really pressed me for a language to learn, specifically for AAA, I would advise you to learn C++. But at the end of the day, technical skills can and will be taught on the job. It's much harder to teach someone the personal skills they'll need. So lastly, how do you get the job? Apply for it. You've got to be in it to win it. So apply and keep applying. Be brave and don't self-select yourself out of the running. Many people, especially people from underrepresented groups, look at a job ad and decide they are unqualified if they are missing even just one of the criteria. I would say that if you've got even half of the things listed, apply for the job. Let the company decide whether you are qualified or not. You'll get a lot of rejections, but you're going to get those no matter what you do. And it is discouraging, but it's also the absolute worst thing that will happen. The worst thing you will get is a no or no response at all. There's not some secret list of people that applied for the job that weren't qualified that interviewers go back and laugh at. I looked at the job for Ubisoft and it had all of the usual things. This many years experience, 3 shipped games, programming for consoles, wood carving, basket weaving, whatever else was there. And I didn't have any of that. But the skills and knowledge I do have are clearly marked on my resume, and I could prove it in the interviews. Be confident, not dishonest, but confident in the skills you have, and be willing to learn the skills that you don't. So key takeaways from me. Determine your dream. Work out what you want to do. Break it down into followable steps. I want to work in games is an overwhelming statement, but I want to be a programmer seemed doable to me. It is what you make it, or you get out what you put in. Any opportunity is an opportunity to progress your skills and career to the one you want in games. When you're starting out, don't restrict yourselves to game studios you've heard of or ones whose games you like. I'm not saying don't research, absolutely do that, but you can learn and contribute wherever you are. If I could spend a year making pop-up banner ads and use that as an opportunity to learn the skills I need in games, so can you. Be persistent. Apply for the job and keep applying. When I was ready to start applying for games jobs, I was rejected many, many times. I was rejected without even an interview by 9 studios in the same round that I applied for Ubisoft, and quite a few more before that. But I didn't give up, and now I'm here. I also need to stress that any advice given by people who are already in the industry can only be given from their perspective. This is a very competitive industry, and there is no recipe to follow. I can't honestly speak here this morning and say if you just do X, Y, and Z, that you will be successful. But I can tell you my story, I can give you some general advice, and I can give you some reassurance that your path is your path. If you aren't successful straight out of university or by 22 or 25 or 30, I was 30 when I entered the games industry, so goodbye 30 under 30 lists, you are not a failure. There are definitely people also who will hear me say that and say 30, I was 35, or I was 40, or I was older. My biggest advice, and advice I could give my younger self if I could, is don't compare yourself to others. Concentrate on your dream and what you need to do to make that happen. Celebrate other successes and don't make it feel like you are any less. There will always be somebody who knows more than you and who got there first, but there is enough room for everybody to have a career. Thank you. I hope that was useful. Was it useful?
No, absolutely. Oh, I found it useful. No doubt all these lovelies in the audience have. And some of them have even asked you some questions.
Oh.
So let's get to it. So first question I'll say is, throughout all of those roles, did you still believe you'd move to games?
Yes and no, at different times. So there were some times over the past 10 years where I was like, it's okay, I'm happy. It's never going to happen, but I am happy where I am, and that's okay. And there were other times where I was like, no, this is a stepping stone. Like this job, I'm only here because I'm learning the skills that I need to get to X position. So it definitely fluctuated. And usually that was around the time that maybe I'd applied for a job and I hadn't got it. And I was like, okay, I'm happy where I am. But in a general sense, yes, this was always the end goal. So this was always the plan.
Excellent. And kind of going into that plan, we have Daniel who asks, hey, Nikki, does Ubisoft recruit from abroad? Say,
sorry, I think you cut out at the end of that question. Can you go again?
Apologies. Let me read it again. Hi, Nikki. Does Ubisoft recruit from abroad, say Nigeria?
I don't know about Nigeria specifically, but yes, we recruit from abroad. So I put in my application for Ubisoft. They got back to me. I did all of my interviews over Skype from Australia, and they relocated me from Australia to Newcastle for this job. Me and my dog. We both, Ubisoft paid for both of us to move to Newcastle. So they definitely recruit from abroad.
Excellent. And then kind of going into that further process of Ubisoft's ways, we have, what was your interview at Ubisoft like?
So I had about 5 interviews, I think 4 or 5. I forget. It's a blur now. So the first interview was just with a recruitment person, lovely guy, who rang me to just see if I was serious about the job. And then I had a second interview with our engineering manager, and that was about my technical skills. So that was a technical interview. And then I had some follow-up interviews. I guess they were both also technical interviews, but they were with different people. So I had 2 more interviews with other engineering leads, so other programmers. And then I had an interview with one of our tech designers, our lead tech designer, and one of our producers, just to see how I worked, what my time management skills were like, what my communication skills were like, how I work with other departments. So they were really interviewing me from an all-rounder perspective. I know that for more junior roles, there is also a take-home programming test that you get given.
Excellent. And kind of expanding upon that interview process, what kind of programming and coding questions do they ask you in the interview?
Yeah, so for my interview, I was asked mostly about concepts. So exactly what I was talking about. I was asked about my knowledge of design patterns, what I would use to solve a certain problem. I was asked to think about solving certain problems within hypothetical games. So one of the questions was, okay, what's a game you've been playing recently? What do you, if you were given the source code for that game, what would you fix? So it was a real worded question. How would you build this piece of software? What design patterns would you use? That kind of thing. For the take-home programming test, that test is about what can you optimize in this problem? How would you fix this problem? There's a bug. Find the bug and fix the bug. So it's very broad, and it's more to do with your knowledge of concepts than anything else.
Makes sense. And then we also have from the same questioner. I don't know. But it's from Sam, who also asks, when at a big AAA developer that works on multiple projects, do you have much say in which one you work on?
No, not yes, to some extent. If you had been there a long time, I definitely know of people who've been like, oh, look, I've been on this project for a long time. Like, can I try something different? And that's valid, for your career progression. But initially, when you start at the studio, we don't have that many projects on the go at the same time. It takes a lot of people to make a AAA project. So usually it's sort of all hands on deck. And there is a sort of a little bit of say in what you want to work on within that. So when I turned up at Ubisoft, they said, okay, this is your background. Do you want to work on the vehicles team? Do you want to work on the AI? So I'm currently working on AI. So there's a little bit of wiggle room there, but generally the project, you'll get told what you're doing.
No, that's
it's just the same in most jobs, really.
But it's good to ask, because obviously different brands. I'm going to avoid the metaphors and just go on to the next question, which is it's a bit of a long one, but bear with me. I made banner ads for 6 to 7 months, also made serious games and simulations for 6 years. After 10 years of my experience, I came to study masters in game development to get into the AAA studio, or studios, I imagine. I really want to get into. My resume is not getting me anywhere. No interview with a gaming company yet. Do you think I need a portfolio, or just wait longer until I've completed my degree?
That's a really tough one, because it can be very discouraging if you've been applying and you've kept applying, and your skills sound very similar to mine. So I got lots of rejections before I got an interview. I didn't have a portfolio, but I know that some places will want to see that. So they will want to see what's on your GitHub. They'll want to see examples of work that you've done. Maybe games that you've made, or even just little personal projects that you've done, even if that's just a little app or a way to teach yourself a certain coding feature. Some places will definitely want to see that. Potentially it's the way that you're presenting yourself. So some places won't want to hire you if you're still studying, because they will want you to be full-time. So potentially it's in the way that you're presenting yourself. That's a really tough one to answer, but I'm sorry you're struggling so much.
I mean, relating to Daniel's second question, which is who asked the Nigerian question. The reason for my question is that I've been applying and with some experience, but never been interviewed. If it's okay, maybe we could connect and talk. So basically, are you open for people to get in touch with you either Twitter or LinkedIn?
Yeah, Twitter or LinkedIn. I don't know how much help I'll be, but I can obviously only give advice from my perspective and my experience. I can't get you a job, but I can certainly give advice.
Excellent. And then we've just got a few minutes left. So 2 more questions and then we'll end it off. So second to last, do they employ graduates much in Ubisoft?
Yes, we definitely employ graduates. We have a graduate program that I believe will kick off next year. So we employ that way. And just throughout the year, we've recently hired a couple of people straight out of university and they're great. So yeah, definitely. Don't be afraid if you don't have proper work experience. If you're just a graduate, definitely apply.
And then the last one, which is, can we see the dog?
You can see the dog. Growlithe, do you want to come on screen? Do you want to come and say hello? Oh, hello. This is Growlithe. Here we are.
Aww.
Yeah. He's a good boy. He's very sleepy. He's been very good. He didn't bark once.
Absolutely.
Aww.
That's so adorable. Oh, well, thank you for answering all those questions. Apologies if we didn't answer any. We had just a few, but obviously just watching the time. So once again, well, firstly, thank you again, Nikki, for spending the time to give us your presentation and your really invaluable insight and advice. I honestly think you've given many programmers a great confidence booster and a direction to go. So on top of obviously the Twitter and LinkedIn, is there anything else that you'd like to message out? I don't know, you might be on a podcast, or is Twitter the best place to reach you and see what you're doing?
Twitter is the best place to reach me. Twitter is also the best place to go if you want pictures of Growlithe.
And there you have it. If you want to see this cutie pie again, head to Twitter.
Yeah.
So thank you once again.
Thank you for having me.
No problem.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye. And then moving on to our next speaker, I welcome Charlotte. I'm going to pronounce your name. Apologies wrong. I think you're on mute.
I'm here.
There you go. Just so people have a better pronunciation of yourself, please give an introduction for us.
Hi, so I'm Cheryl Roselle, and I work for Polystream. I'm VP of Engineering. And today I'm going to be... Oh, sorry, do you want me to start, or Dom?
Oh, sorry.
Do you want me to start?
All right. Yes, if you share your screen and we can get your amazing insight and see what you can offer the students today.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep, all clear.
Perfect.
And visible.
Fantastic. So today I'm going to be talking about how hard can it be and my personal journey into technology. I'm going to start from the beginning where it all began for me. I can't really circle, but I'm kind of here, just sat behind the teacher. I went to school in just out of London, and I wasn't massively academic. I had a lot of eagerness. That's what all my teachers used to tell me at my report, that I was eager and I was keen. I wasn't necessarily the best. So I left school in 1996. Unfortunately, I didn't do so well in my GCSEs, so I actually left school without any GCSEs or very low grades. So this kind of posed a question for me of what is it that I want to do in the future? How am I going to find myself a career? What am I going to do with myself? So I went to college and I studied a GMVQ because it was the only thing I could do without any GCSEs. And I kind of thought I'd plot my career and talk about my journey and the roles that I've taken and what I've gained from those roles that have helped me to get to where I am today. So having left school in 1996 without any qualifications, I took a GMVQ in leisure and tourism. As I say, it was the only thing I could do with very little in GCSEs. So I took I took a GMVQ in leisure and tourism and found myself taking some work experience at a gym. So I started working at the gym after I left college and I finished my GNVQ, and I started off as a receptionist. Before long, I was really bored, sat on the reception of the gym, just taking money for classes and signing people up for gym membership. So I spoke to my boss at the time and said, I'd really like to become a gym instructor. So I was put on some training and I took my gym instructor qualifications, and I was working as a gym instructor for about a year. When I was approached by my brother, who was working for Microsoft at the time, and they had this big call center. And this is, you have to remember, this is early days of technology in terms of we still had dial-up modems, and we had very basic internet. You used to go to the supermarket and pick up a CD, and you'd install the drivers and you'd sign yourself up. So there was call centers that were set up to help people get online. And my brother was working in this call center, and he was working for Microsoft. So he was helping Microsoft customers with their technical issues. I wasn't really fulfilled as a gym instructor. I found myself putting a lot of effort into people coming in and signing up for the gym. And I would be super enthusiastic about their programs, and then find that they never came back. So it was quite disheartening. I think that's the thing that you get in gyms. So my brother said that there was a job going on the Apple help desk, and I was like, okay, I have no idea what an Apple is, and hence the logo. This was kind of still early days for Apple back then as well. So I went along for an interview, not really knowing what I was signing myself up for, but it looked pretty cool, and the people that worked there looked really enthusiastic and exciting. I always knew that I was always the one kind of in the gym that would do the presentations, and I would fix the computers, and I didn't really know what I was doing, but I felt I had a bit of a flair for kind of technology and creativity. So I went along to my interview at Apple, and I landed the job, and the job was a receptionist. And I, before long, again, like a gym instructor receptionist, I also just got really bored. And because of the fact that I wasn't massively academic and I wasn't great at spelling, I actually found that I wasn't a great receptionist at all. So I would spell everybody's names wrong. And what I was supposed to do is take people's calls. And this was the very early days of the Apple help desk. So people would ring up and they would register their details with me, and then I would pass their call on to the support guys. Now, when I first started, I spent about half an hour trying to figure out how to switch the computer on, because I wasn't very familiar with what an Apple Mac was, or the technology or anything about it. So in those days, they used to have the power on the keyboard. Well, this completely dumbfounded me. I couldn't find it to even switch it on. So roll on a couple of months, and I find myself again looking for something different and a new challenge. So I started to listen in on the calls from the technical guys, and I started to find out a little bit more about kind of how the operating system worked. I read some kind of documentation that was available at the time. And I started to kind of taking a stab at kind of fixing calls before they got through to the technical guys. And before long, I was pulled up by my manager. And at that time, I was only like 17, 18 years old. So to be pulled up by my manager, I was super frightened. I thought I was going to get fired. So he called me into a meeting and said, "Hey, Cheryl, we've been listening to your calls." I was like, "Look, I'm really sorry. I just get a bit bored, and I think I quite like this, and I think I could be quite good at this." And he's like, "No, we totally agree." So the Apple decided to put me on my technical training, and I became a third line support analyst. And this was my first real role in technology, and I really enjoyed it. Unfortunately, at the time, I fell pregnant quite young, and also Apple decided to relocate their offices where I was working to Ireland. So I was offered a relocation, but being quite heavily pregnant and really needing my parents and my partner around, I couldn't really relocate. So unfortunately, my role with Apple ended there. But at the time, I'd just given birth to my daughter, and she was a couple of months old. And again, I found myself in a predicament, wondering where I was going to go next. I had a little exposure to working for Apple, but I still didn't really know what I wanted to do. I hadn't really thought about going back to work because my daughter was so young. And my friend was a recruitment consultant, and she said to me, "I've got this job going at this advertising agency. You'd be great for it." And it was an IT manager role. And I was like, "I've only got a little of experience working for Apple. I don't think I can take on an IT manager role." She's like, "Yeah, go along. I'm sure they'll love you. I'm sure they'll love you." So she put me forward for the role, and lo and behold, I landed the job, and I became an IT manager for a marketing agency that dealt with theatre marketing. Absolutely loved it. I was thrown into the deep end. I looked after their comms room, their servers, their Apple Mail server, which looked after all their mail. This was a huge responsibility for me. Again, at the time, I was only 20, and I was still finding that I had no idea what I was doing, and I had no idea what I wanted to do in the future. But I knew that having worked for Apple and now working as an IT manager, looking after this small advertising agency, that technology is something that I was really interested in, something that really excited me and I was really passionate about. So I carried on working as an IT manager, and again, to this point, I had no formal qualifications apart from the certifications that I had taken at Apple. Everything I had learned, I had to learn on the job. Nobody gave me any formal training apart from back in my days at Apple, where I was given, I think, a 3-week crash course in how to support things. So it was using my curiosity and eagerness to learn that I kind of evolved my career and took myself to the next stage. So having worked as an IT manager, again, kind of the advertising agency wasn't doing so well. So I was approached again through a recruiter who knew my brother. So yes, I owe a lot of my career to my brother. So he came along and said that the BBC were looking for desktop support analysts. And I thought, I really fancy working for the BBC, and I fancy a change of scenery from where I was working. And the advertising agency wasn't doing so great. So I interviewed for the BBC, and I took a job there as a desktop support analyst. And this kind of stretched me a little bit more because in working for Apple and working for the advertising agency, I've been very focused on Apple Mac and everything to do with Apple. And now I was looking after PCs. So this was new to me, and I had to work out how I was going to support Macs and PCs, and again, had to stretch my knowledge. So I really enjoyed working in support because I really love working with people. I find it fascinating, especially with working with the journalists at the BBC, such a varied amount of kind of teams that I worked with. It was a very exciting place to work. And then a couple of years later, I got a phone call from Apple saying, hey, look, we've got your details on record. You worked for us back in 1997. We were really impressed with you. We'd love for you to kind of come back and work at our flagship store in Regent Street as a Mac Genius. I had no idea what a Mac Genius was, but I was just blown away to be contacted by Apple again. So I went for the interview, and lo and behold, I landed the job, and I became the first female Mac Genius working at the Regent Street store in central London. It was a great experience. It was my first real experience in working in retail technology, which was strange for me because I've been used to working in kind of organizations, not really dealing with the public. So I loved it. I actually managed to meet Steve Jobs. He came into the flagship store a couple of months after it opened, and we weren't allowed to talk to him, but I felt that I would do myself a disjustice if I didn't. So I kind of snuck under the barrier and had a quick chat with Steve Jobs. So that's kind of one of my biggest claims to fame. I really loved working for Apple. I really loved working with customers. I really loved the experience of kind of opening this flagship store. The Genius Bar changed a lot. It used to be very kind of hardware driven. People would rack up in the middle of London with these giant machines, and they would get them on the trains. It was quite a surreal experience, but I really enjoyed every minute of it. I had a fantastic story when I was working there. It was the release of the iPods. So that's kind of how far back it was, because they've now evolved. Everything's kind of in this day and age is all in your iPhone. I was working there, and I met a guy who'd been in the army, and he'd just been on a stint over in Iraq, and he'd actually been hit. I think his tank had been hit by some kind of shrapnel, and his iPod actually saved his life, and he had it in his pocket just up here, and it left a huge dent in it, and it actually just entirely trashed the iPod, but it saved his life. So he left it with me, and I managed to take the hard drive out, extract all the data for him, transfer all his photos, because he had a lot of photos, because that's where we stored them back then, and transferred them over to a new iPod for him, and called him up and called him in. And he was just overwhelmed to have all these photos back, because we didn't have the cloud back then, and that's how we stored things. all these photos of his colleagues, and unfortunately some of his colleagues that were no longer around. And it was quite a touching story. I was quite touched by that. So I really enjoyed it. I worked with a lot of celebrities. It gave me great experience working in technology. It gave me kind of that customer facing, which, you know, touched on some of my desktop support days back at the BBC. And then I realized that I really enjoyed what I was doing at Apple. I really enjoyed working with customers, but retail hours and my life with my young daughter was very difficult for me. So the BBC then came back to me and had some contacts that I had at the BBC asked me to take a role back at the BBC, kind of as a project manager. And before long, I realized that I quite enjoyed project management because it gave me an extra depth to my technical abilities. And I deployed some really great projects, like BBC iPlayer was one of the projects that I worked on the back end technical side of things. And I went on to become a program manager. Kind of when I left the BBC, I went to work for News International. I went to work for News International and I started off as a desktop support engineer there. And then, I went to my next role. I saw the news, it completely confused me. My next role, I went to be a global IT manager for a global newspaper. I really enjoyed that. It was my first global role, and I really enjoyed kind of traveling the world and managing teams around the world. And it gave me yet more depth to my experience. And I gained a lot of experience in working in a global climate and many different countries. Work very differently to us here in the UK. So that was my first exposure, and I absolutely loved it. Then I went to work for News UK because I was very unfortunate, again, to be made redundant. So having been made redundant in 1997 from Apple, I was then made redundant again for my role because they relocated to Sweden. And I found myself pregnant with my second child at this time. So it doesn't bode well for me to be pregnant because every time I have, I found myself being made redundant. So I found myself again looking for a new role. At the time, I was 8 months pregnant and I took a role at News International through a contact that I had, and all they had available was third line support. So I took the role. I thought, you know, it could be a nice, easy gig for me. I'm just about to have the baby. So I took the role, and because I kind of needed a job and I wanted something that I could maybe set something up for once I'd had my son and going back to work. So I did that, and at the same time, I also decided that it would be a good idea to start my own company. So having used my experience of working with Apple and working with the BBC, I set up a company where I was doing training for software engineers, and I ran that, and I hired some consultants to help me run my business. I sold hardware and I sold software services, as well as working for News UK as a desktop support engineer. I had my son, and then I returned back to work about 4 months later to go work for News International again. This time they felt that there was something bigger that I could do. So I started something called the Tech Bar, which with my experience for working Apple, it was very much like a genius bar, sat within the business for all of News UK's customers, kind of their journalists and admin and kind of all the office team within News International. I loved that, worked very closely with the Murdochs on kind of building that, and then rolled that out to the rest of News UK, which included Sky and some other companies as well. And then at that time, I'd been working for News International for a while and really enjoying my role. I'd set this kind of tech bar up, I'd deployed it out to the other parts of the organizations. And then I got a call about a job. It was actually a friend of mine had been put forward for a job at this company called Yammer. And hadn't really heard of Yammer. And I got this call and they said, look, I've been put forward for this job, but I'm not really qualified to do it, but you'd be awesome to do it, which is a systems administrator for this startup company. So anyway, I had an interview with Yammer, really liked what they were doing. Kind of prior to that, in some of my other roles, I'd been using social engagement and platforms to kind of bring organizations together. So I thought, there's something in this Yammer. This could be really good. I might really enjoy working there. So it was tiny. The first day I started, we were in a broom cupboard in Old Street, and I walked in and there was about 3 people working there. We did have a larger part of the organisation working out of San Francisco. And I thought, okay, well, small organisation, we'll see where this goes. I flew out to San Francisco and saw the rest of the organisation, which was huge. We had these brilliant offices in downtown San Francisco. I worked for Yammer as I took a role as systems administrator. Within a few months, kind of using my experience of setting up offices and setting up the infrastructure and leading a technical team, I was promoted to director of IT. And so I was working as IT director for Yammer. And then I get this strange email in my inbox saying that I had to be in a certain place on a plane at a certain time, but I wasn't allowed to ask any questions. So I found myself at the airport thinking, where am I going? And I just saw on the ticket that it was Washington. I was like, oh, brilliant, get to meet the president. No, it wasn't Washington. It was actually Seattle. And I was on my way to Microsoft headquarters because Yammer had been acquired by Microsoft, and I was heavily involved in the negotiations and acquisition as we went through, which was a hugely exciting time. I really enjoyed working for Yammer. I'd got a lot of exposure to kind of working in a multi-million global organization. But also being acquired by Microsoft gave me that insight into how the companies get acquired, how you roll up the technology to a new stack. So we were moving away from things like Gmail and moving towards kind of the Microsoft stack. And it gave me a lot of exposure to working within Microsoft as well. One of the things I really enjoyed, which is kind of relevant to this conversation today, was setting up the graduate program for Microsoft. I was heavily involved in the apprenticeship setup and also the graduate program there at Microsoft as well. And I really enjoyed that. Did a lot of interviews, got heavily involved in running the program there. And then we set up a new office in London, and things were going really well. I took over a new team, which was a software engineering team. And this was my real first exposure to kind of software engineering. My previous experience from kind of what you can see on screen was very desktop support, infrastructure, sysadmin, kind of looking after the infrastructure and the backbone of these organizations. But at Yammer and Microsoft, I started to look after software engineers, CI/CD automation, kind of the DevOps space, looking after our data centers, migrating from on-premise data centers to the cloud. So this was a real game changer for me within my career, moving from traditional IT to kind of the DevOps space. And again, this time I wasn't pregnant, but I did find myself being made redundant because the offices for Yammer in London were closed down. I was offered a relocation to San Francisco or to Seattle. And you're probably thinking to yourself, why didn't you take that? And when I see the pictures on Facebook from my colleagues that took the roles, they have amazing lives, you know, fishing on Lake Washington or over in San Francisco. But unfortunately, with 2 young children going through schooling in the UK, probably wasn't the best time for me. So I'd already kind of once I received notice that we were being made redundant from the London office for Yammer, which was also the Skype office at the same time, I was in conversations with HSBC. Now, I've never really worked for a bank, as you can see by my career, and I didn't really know what to expect. I knew that it was going to be difficult. I knew that it would be challenging, and I knew that there would be a lot of red tape. And that's kind of not how I work. So it was an interesting experience for me, but actually I loved every minute of it. I started at HSBC and I don't really know what I was hired to do. It's just they thought that my skills from my career could bring great value to HSBC. So it wasn't long before I started to pick up kind of failing developing environments, working with developers, and kind of the big part of what I worked on was the digital platform for HSBC's retail bank. So when you log on to HSBC's mobile app or their web app and you log into your internet banking or you open a new credit card, that's all hosted on the digital platform. So we were moving away from kind of in branch transactions that you would normally do with a bank and moving those all online. The exciting part of that is that it was across the entire globe. So this wasn't just localized to the UK, this was everywhere. So I got to travel a lot. and I grew my team globally around the world because I was supporting and developing the platform. So I needed developers, operational support, SRE, these type of functions. I got to travel to Hong Kong, which I absolutely loved. I spent a lot of time over there delivering some projects and growing my team and kind of getting a good understanding of the leadership over there as well. And also having, growing my team globally as well. So I was hiring like crazy. So I loved my time at HSBC. I loved the team that I had. I had a fantastic team globally. They're still very dear to me and I keep in contact with them. Very talented engineers all around the globe. And I'd been with HSBC for a while. I, again, had found myself being promoted and I was put on a few leadership programs as well, which I learned a lot about, which I'll talk about, in a few moments. But I was, again, kind of growing a bit restless at HSBC and trying to understand where I could go next, and what my next step would be within the bank, or actually if I was to step out of the bank. And then I got contacted by this company called Polystream. I'd never heard of this company called Polystream, and I think things definitely happen for a reason. There was I've been looking for an internship for my daughter because my career, as you see, spans about 20 years. So she's now 20. She was looking for an internship. She's studying English literature at Brighton University, and she had the summer off, and we were trying to find her a job and get her some work experience. So I posted up on LinkedIn, which I found an invaluable tool, asking if anybody had any internships that they could help my daughter with. And this guy called Simon contacted me and said, hey, our company is really interested in internships. We really like to help your daughter out. And I was like, oh, great. So she had an interview with them. She landed the role and she went to work there for the summer. And she kept coming back and telling me how awesome it was and how much she liked everybody. And then Simon started kind of tapping me on the shoulder saying, hey, you open to a new job? No. Well, I know that you are because your LinkedIn profile says you are. So we started to have some chats and we talked about Polystream, and Polystream was kind of about 4 years into existence at that point. And I think he wore me down, and I met him at a Women in Tech event in London, and we went for a coffee, and he said, oh, you just need to meet our CEO. So I was looking to leave the bank or actually progress into another role in the bank. But I met Bruce, our CEO, and we went for a coffee, and he explained the vision of where we were going to go with Polystream. And he was just such an inspiring character that I kind of rang Simon up afterwards and said, where do I sign? And I was drawn in hook, line and sinker. So it kind of takes me to why Polystream. So as I said, I had conversations with Simon for many months prior to joining Polystream, and I really enjoyed my time working for Yammer as a small startup before we were acquired by Microsoft. I love the agility of working for a startup. I love the fact that you can be nimble and flexible in your approach, whereas in working for a large organization like HSBC or Microsoft or News, the bigger organizations are harder to make change. So I thought, I've been around for about 20 years in this industry now. I think, running through my career, you can see that I've picked up lots of skills in the technical side. I've run technical teams. I've been desktop support, operational support. I've been a DevOps engineer. I've had an array of different careers in the technology industry. Gaming is very new to me, and I thought I would give something a try, and I fancied a new industry because I thought that it would give me the challenge that I need to move on in my career. And Bruce was just amazing and so compelling. So I thought Polystream were looking to kind of tackle the online gaming industry. So you think of Stadia, it was kind of, in that space where we were streaming games from the internet as opposed to having to download them locally. And it was just the passion that the company had and the drive that Bruce had that kind of really super engaged me to join Polystream. So it's been a bit of a journey for me here at Polystream. I started as director of platform, so building out their live platform for customers to start consuming our products and services. And within 6 months, I received a promotion to VP of Engineering because we went through a bit of a restructure, and we decided that we were going to change during the COVID times, because I think everyone's self-reflected in COVID and has thought about their futures, about the future of their organization, how they work remotely, what kind of product we're building, and how the industry has shifted as well. So we brought out a new product, which is called Phantom. And I've been leading the engineering team. So I also look after platform, but also kind of our engineering team, building our core product, which is an in-game spectator technology. But basically, you can be watching something on Twitch and a friend sends you a link and says, hey, join this game as an interactive spectator. You can send out a link and you just join the game without having to download an 80 gig download of, Fortnite or Roblox or, whatever it might be. And you can interact with the players. So we're on this new journey of taking this to market. And I think that I'm really excited. I've actually just won an award a couple of days ago in the game industry for Technical Impact of the Year in the Women in Games Awards. So it's been a real roller coaster in terms of learning a new industry, understanding the games industry, having learned everything about the games industry from my 11-year-old son, because I don't know too much about it myself, but actually the challenge of learning something new has been amazing for me. So I think one of the things that I want to say is that throughout my career, I've had very different roles in technology, but there is transferable skills that I've learned throughout my career that have taken me on that journey and led me to where I am today, allowing me to use those transferable skills from management, from technical skills to soft skills, and have helped me in my journey along the way. So what have I learned? What has my career taught me? Learn from your mistakes, but also embrace them. We have to make mistakes before we can move forward. I have made so many mistakes. It might seem like I have this rosy career with great organizations under my belt, but it's been a really hard journey. And things happen for a reason. I've gone for job interviews and I've been so disheartened I didn't get them. But I am a strong believer that things happen for a reason and there is something better out there for you if you just persist and keep on going. And don't be afraid to ask for help. I don't see asking for help as a weakness. I actually embrace my team to ask as many questions as they possibly can, and not to shy away from asking questions and from their peers and from the leadership team, because I think that's how we grow and that's how we learn. I love this quote, which is, whenever you find yourself doubting how far you can go, just remember how far you have come. Remember everything you have faced, all the battles you've won, and the fears that you've overcome. I think this is kind of a good summary of my career and my journey, that, it's not been easy. I found myself many a time being made redundant, looking for a new role, trying to understand how I fit back into the industry, how I can be relevant, and where I can apply my skills best to further my career. I am a big believer in helping other people. So I'm happy to for anybody to reach out to me. I've been mentoring people. I've set up various graduate programs. I understand how tough, and I think it must be extremely tough for people at the moment trying to find jobs and applying for jobs. There is a saturated market, so many people looking for jobs right now. So any advice I can give you or any help I can give you, I'm more than happy to. So as I say, kind of the biggest lesson for me is that we don't always succeed first time. We do need to keep trying. As I say, I've been for many roles where I haven't got the job. I've been gutted that I didn't get the job, but then I found that there's something waiting in the wings that's much better for me. I mean, I've got some examples here. Steven Spielberg was rejected by the same school firm, University of Southern California, 3 times before getting into another one. J.K. Rowling was rejected by 12 publishers before Harry Potter was picked up by Bloomsbury. James Dyson, inventor of the very exciting Dyson Hoover, he had 5,126 failed prototypes before his bagless vacuum cleaner was a success. And Stephen King, his book Carrie was rejected 30 times by publishers and was only resubmitted when he fished out the bin and convinced just to give it a go on the 31st time. So you're not going to succeed at every opportunity that you go for, but things do happen for a reason. Just keep trying. You need to be tenacious. I think that's one of the things throughout my entire career. I never give up, and I can be annoying, but you just need to keep trying. So, any questions?
Hey Cheryl, how's it going? You right? That was
Hey,
amazing. That was so good. Thank you for the talk. I thought I'd pop on and just read out a few of the questions for you, if that's all
okay.
right. Also, that James Dyson thing was super interesting. I didn't realize he'd done that many prototypes. He must have had a bit of cash behind him to do that many prototypes.
Oh
So,
yeah.
but no, that was great. Okay, so we've got a question here. Why do you think companies always reached out to you, apart from your great experience and what you made stand out?
So I think one of the things that I found really useful for my career is that I'm a bit of a people collector. I keep in contact with people, and I make a real effort to keep in contact with people that I've worked with. And I also try to make a kind of an impact larger than my kind of initial sphere of kind of contact. So I speak at a lot of events. I do a lot of networking, and I think it's all about who you know rather than what you know sometimes. So you need to get out there. You need to put your face out there. You need to have conversations with people. I get recommended by people for roles. My brother really helped me. You really need to lean on people to help you. And once you start connecting to people in your network, and then you expand out, you'll normally find, like my daughter finding the internship with Polystream, and then me joining them. It's all about who you're connected to and reaching out to people and having conversations. And you need to, you have to invest in relationships. You have to keep on talking to people. You can't just send a message once and expect them to really help you. I think, finding sponsors, people that really believe in you and people that advocate for you when you're not there, that's really helped me, because I've been put forward for roles where somebody's tapped me on the shoulder and said, hey, so and so's recommended you for this job, it'll be fantastic for you. It's because they know me, they've heard of me in some shape or form.
Yeah, no, that is good. That's good advice. The next one, are there any particular groups that have helped you in your career? And I'm assuming this is kind of like women in games or any kind of groups like that.
Yeah, so I'm heavily involved in a lot of kind of women in technology and now women in games groups as well. And I can share a list afterwards of some of the ones I'm connected to. But yeah, I use a lot of kind of networking groups to help me find people that I'm hiring for, and also find new opportunities as well.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, cool. And then just one more here. We'll go with this one. Are there any things in your career you think you'd have done differently if you could go back?
Oh yeah, totally. I put my career down to kind of fluke, being the right time at the right place. But what would I have done differently? I would have had more belief in myself. I doubted myself a lot, and that's probably a couple of roles that I haven't got, because of the fact that it probably came across in the interview that I, was low on self-confidence. It took a while back in the early days of my career to kind of grow that confidence. And get a good understanding of who I was. But you need to be confident with the skills that you can deliver and who you are. And I think if I went back and kind of changed anything, it would just have to have more confidence in the early days.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you very much. Honestly, that was really insightful. It's good to see. I like to see that, like the whole kind of like timeline of career progression. And you've worked at some incredible companies, and like the Yammer stuff was amazing. And yeah, to see like you come all full circle right through to like the games industry, it's really quite impressive. And I find it quite inspiring as well. So thank you very much for your talk. So on to the next. You can just so everyone knows as well, I've put Cheryl's Twitter handle inside the into the chat. So if you want to follow her on Twitter, then it's there. So yeah, on to the next speaker of the day. So this is the last speaker before lunchtime. And then I will be posting the GatherTown link again. So anyone that's been using that over the last couple of days, you'll be able to go into that as well. And I'll post the password as well. But I will let Callie introduce herself. And I'm going to go on to mute and turn my camera off now. But hello, Callie.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Callie, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about starting your career in games. First, I need to figure out how to share my screen. So if you just bear with me for 1 second.
If you need any help, let me know.
I think I've got it. Let's see if this works. Hopefully you can see that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. All right. So sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, so my name is Callie. I work for Payday Studios, and today I'm going to be talking a little bit about my role in the industry, why I think people should consider working in games, the different roles available, routes into the industry, and tips for getting your first job. So it's going to be quite general, but hopefully it will have some useful information for you. So let's start. So firstly, I thought I'd better introduce myself a little bit. So as I said, I work for Payload Studios. I've got about 10 years working in the creative industries, including 6 years working in video games. I actually started off at PlayStation and then ended up working for Payload, which is an indie developer. I head up HR and facilities. I often get asked what that actually means, so I'll try and give you some context. But essentially, I look after the people and the building. So that's everything from policies to recruitment, to building works, to organising staff socials and looking after well-being and benefits, and everything in between. So it's quite a wide variety of things that I'm responsible for. I also manage a team that helps me to deliver in all these areas. I'm also really happy and proud to be in charge of our inclusion and diversity initiative. So this is something that we've been running for, we're now in our second year, and it's based on trying to promote positive change within our own studio, but also the wider games industry. And I'll talk a little bit about that later on. And outside of work, recently I've been playing a lot of Animal Crossing. Very much enjoyed the Turkey Day yesterday. And I also play tag rugby, which is a non-contact form of rugby, and enjoy playing reading and photography. So that's kind of me in a nutshell. And then I just thought I would introduce Payload as well. So we were formed in 2013. We're an award-winning independent game studio based in London. Because of COVID, we're all working remotely at the moment, but we do normally have work from a lovely office in Farringdon. We're currently at 31, which has grown a bit since I've joined, and I think we're growing a bit more in the future. And we make Terratech, which is an award-winning sandbox adventure game. It's on pretty much everything, I think, other than mobile at the moment. And we also run Tentacle Zone, which is a network of indie developers. And that includes a co-working space in our office, as well as lots of exciting events. If you've ever been to Resd or EGX or anything and you've seen some big green tentacles, that's us, that's the Tentacle Zone. Okay, so why work in games? So when I was at school and I was at university, I actually didn't realise that I could work in games. I wasn't aware that it was an industry I could forge a career in, and I really ended up here by accident. But I was super excited to end up working in games because I love games, and I've always played games right from PlayStation 1 up until now. So giving away a bit about my age there, but I have seen a lot of consoles come and go over the years, and it's something that I love being a part of. In preparation for this, I asked some colleagues and some friends why they liked working in games and why they would encourage someone to consider a career in games. And so I just thought I'd highlight some of the answers there. So firstly, something that kept coming up again and again was the people that, I've worked with some amazing people in the companies that I've been at, and generally people are really passionate and creative and really enthusiastic about what they do. And it's just really great to be around that community and around other people that are passionate and really into what you're doing as well. The work itself can be really fun and creative and exciting. Even for me, I don't work in a developer role, but I still find it really exciting to see the game taking shape and to see the updates coming out and to be part of that process. And then, yeah, if you like games, if you're passionate about games, then working in games is a fantastic place to be. You get to work with something that you love, and you also get to see an insight, behind the scenes of how things come together. And I have to say, before working in games, I really had no idea how much work went into it, how many different roles there were, how many different people were involved in the process. And I find it really, really exciting and rewarding to be able to see behind the scenes and be a part of that process. So next, some different roles in games. Now, you've probably heard of, programmers and coders, designers, artists, producers, QA. I think these are the roles that they get kind of highlighted quite a lot. And when people think of the industry, then these might be the roles that they go to. But I think it's also worth noting that there's so many other different roles in the industry as well. So, I mean, this list is not exhaustive. I could have written a whole page of the different roles that are, that a normal studio or an organization will have, behind the scenes that may not be, obvious when you're on social media or when you're thinking about what goes into building a game. So yeah, some of the areas such as operations or business planning, community management, the legal side of things, HR side of things, you know, sorting out events and all the admin and support that goes behind it as well. It's very much, you know, in most cases a team effort. And, you know, as I said, we've got 31 people across all these different areas, and they're all working towards, you know, contributing towards the kind of launch of the game. And they're all a big important part of that as well. So I guess the takeaway is that, you know, whatever you're good at, whatever you're interested in, you can find a way to apply that to the games industry. So, you know, if you're not a designer or you're not an artist, that doesn't mean that you can't work in games. And the other tip I would say is just to find out about your area of interest. So, you know, you may know of Digital Schoolhouse, which is run by Ukie, who are hosting this conference today, which is amazing. And they have a really useful vault of 1 minute mentor videos. So it's lots of different people from different job roles talking about what their day-to-day involves and what their role involves. And it just gives a little bit of a taster and a little bit of an insight to what these roles actually involve, because I think sometimes you know, it's difficult to understand what people actually do, you know, when you hear a job title, when you see a job title. So the videos are a really good starting point to, you know, start finding out about the different roles that are available in the industry. So how do people get into games? Which is it's a big question, and there is lots of different ways, and I think increasingly there is a variety of different ways to get into the industry. So I'm just going to highlight a couple that I've come across and that I've seen in Payload. So for my story, as I said, when I was at school, I didn't realize that you could actually work in games. I didn't realize it was something that I would ever have the opportunity to do. And I kind of ended up here by accident, but I'm very happy that I did. So what I actually did is I studied film at university, and I wanted to make films, and started working as a runner for film and TV. Ended up being an assistant at an animation company, and from there I made the jump into video games, and eventually ended up at Payload. But other ways you can get into the industry, so sometimes there's internships or graduate schemes available. These will be in limited numbers, so if you can't get onto one, don't worry. There are other ways in, including you know, junior or entry level positions. This year has been really challenging, and I think a lot of industries have been quite hit by COVID. But for games, you know, we're really lucky in that we haven't been hit too bad so far, and a lot of studios, they're still recruiting, that there's still expansion going on, and there's still lots of opportunities coming up. And when a studio is in a kind of you know, period of growth, there will be junior and entry level positions available as well. So that's an option. Also, when I think about our team at Payload, so there's a few different examples of how people got into the industry. And one of our coders actually started off as a modder. So he started off as a Minecraft modder, and that's kind of something that he did in his spare time at school and at university. And that allowed him to build up his skills and build up his knowledge and really discover what coding was all about. And it was from there that he was able to move into the games industry. But we also have a few examples of people that didn't start out in the games industry. So I'm an example of that, but also our IT manager, you know, he realized quite early on that he was good at IT, he was good at solving those problems, he was good at supporting, you know, people and making sure that everything ran smoothly. So he focused on that and then made the move into the games industry later. You know, he always wanted to work in games, that was where he wanted to end up, but it just took him a bit of time to find that path in. But he's now, you know, we're very lucky to have him, and I'm glad that he made that jump. And there's a few other examples in our company as well of people starting off in different industries and building up their skills and their knowledge, and then moving into the games industry. As the previous talk mentioned, and I'm sure you've probably heard it a few times over the last few days, you know, it can be a challenge to you know, get your first role in the creative industries, including video games, you know, and it might not happen straight away, but that's not to say that it won't happen. And I think the key is just to not give up and to keep trying and to take the opportunities as they come, to build up skills and experience, and which can perhaps later be applied to the industry as well. And game jams, just wanted to mention them quickly because they're a great way to get experience of making a game in a really short space of time, but they're also really good at giving you experience of working with a team. And if you want to work in games, you know, I can't think of any examples where a game's come out and it hasn't been a real example of teamwork and a real kind of collaboration between people. So team working and getting used to working with people and working on those communication skills is really, really important as well. So that's it for that section. Just wanted to offer a few tips, from my own experience and what I've seen as an HR manager as well, about finding vacancies and networking. So obviously, unfortunately this year, we haven't had a lot of in-person events. We as a company would normally go to quite a few of them, and I'd certainly be going along to a lot of networking events that haven't happened in their usual form this year. But the upside of that is that there has been more online events than ever before. There's been so many, and really, really great ones as well. And the majority of them are free. So, there is an opportunity to sign up to them, and you just log in from home, from your bedroom or your living room, and you're able to join in. And I think that's a really positive thing, because it means that people aren't having to travel to London or to a specific area to be able to join these events. And they can be really useful for meeting people and making contacts that might come out in useful, or building up your support network or your friendship groups, but also to actually learn about the industry. So there's loads and loads of events that are going on that will offer you an insight into the industry and different roles and different companies. And so, yeah, as I said, websites like Eventbrite and social media like Twitter, that they're a really good way to find out about events. And of course, Ukie run a lot as well, so do give them a follow if you haven't already. There's also lots of schemes. So BAFTA and Intergames at Ukie, etc. There will be lots of schemes that you can get involved with. So it's definitely worth keeping an eye out on those and applying where you can. So there are also opportunities to get mentors and to have work experience as well. So do keep an eye out for those. I've actually been I've had a mentor for the first time this year, and it's actually really helped me, even though I have a little bit of experience already. It's been a really valuable experience. And I've also been mentoring someone as well. So I have a mentee who is a young woman who I'll talk a little bit about later, but that's been a really good experience as well. So the next tip would just be to use agencies, if that's an option, because that's how I actually got my first job in games, was through an agency. They can help find a position that will suit your skills and your experience. And so it's worth exploring that as an option, I think, and reaching out to some. And there are a few actually that work just with the games industry as well. So if you can find those, then that's definitely worth looking into. And the last thing, I guess, when it comes to finding vacancies is just be ready to apply and apply to a lot of jobs. I can't tell you how many jobs I've applied to over the years. It is a lot. many, I think, would be how you'd put it. But also, if you have the majority of the criteria, just go for it, I think. I am certainly one of those people in the past where maybe I didn't apply to things because I didn't meet 100% of the criteria. I didn't feel like I had the desirable criteria. I didn't feel like I was good enough for the role that I was looking at. But actually, when I look back, it might have been useful just to go through it, because I definitely could have done, some of those jobs that I decided that I wasn't good enough for. So try and be objective and think about, what you have to offer. And if you think you meet the majority of the criteria, then it's definitely worth giving it a go and applying. So moving on to actually making an application. Now, I know that there's been a few talks about building a CV. So this is not going to be in as much detail, it's just a kind of high level tips. But this is some things that I was told when I was looking for work earlier in my career, and things that I've come across that might be useful. And I think the first point that's really important is content above style. So I think now you see a lot of these flashy CVs, and then they have a lot of cool graphics, and they look fun when you look at them, but when you actually read them, they don't necessarily contain all of the information that you want them to. And the key thing is to make sure that you're offering the right information, and that it's clear and easy for someone to read and easy for someone to skim. So it's good if you can you can make it look stylish. That's a plus. But the most important thing is just making sure that the information is there and that it's easy to read. The second thing is to just take ownership of your achievements. So that doesn't mean necessarily to exaggerate or to lie about your achievements, but it's about recognizing actually the things that you have achieved. And when you look back, trying to big yourself up, if you like, which is something, if you're anything like me, you might find it a little bit tricky. I've certainly found that hard in the past, but I think it's really important to recognize, the good stuff that you have done and the journey that you've been on, and any achievements that you've had at school or outside, at university or outside, in the real world, in work experience, or any game jams, anything like that. It's definitely worth flagging those up. And also, of course, highlighting your most relevant skills and experience. So you don't have to put every single bit of work experience you've had on there. You don't have to put every single skill. It's really about picking the most relevant and the most important skills and experience for the roles that you're looking at. And my other top tip, really, this is a really important one, is to get other people to read your CV. So that can be tutors or friends or family or course mates. Just make sure that other people are looking at it, because the more input you have on it, the better it will be. Not only will it catch, maybe spelling mistakes or formatting mistakes, but it will also give you an insight into things that other people see. So you may not mention something because you don't think it's a big deal, but then when someone else reads your CV, they'll say, actually, you haven't mentioned, that game jam you were involved in, or you haven't mentioned that award that you got. And so it's really, really good, I think, to get lots of people to look at it, just to refine it and to make it as good as it can be. And that links in, I suppose, with the next point, which is just double check for spelling and grammar, because this is one of the first things that people are going to see about you, right? This is how you're representing yourself. This is your first impression, so it's really important that it's polished and it's as good as it can be. I also personally think it is useful to include a short bio at the beginning of your CV, explaining a little bit about yourself, what you're looking for, what you have to offer to the industry. And also, if you're going for technical roles, then it's useful to link to any portfolios that you might have online. Also, one thing that's worth considering if you are interested in multiple roles is to tweak your CV for different areas. So, for example, my mentee, who I mentioned before, she's a recent graduate. She is interested in working both in production and in art, and she has skills for both of those areas. So something that I'm working with her on at the moment is to create one CV which is specifically kind of aimed at art roles, and one CV that's specifically aimed at production roles. And they're largely the same, but there'll be slight differences. Different things will be emphasized, maybe more relevant, for the art version, that the art stuff will be kind of put first. And there's just little tweaks that you can do. And it's definitely worth, taking the time to do that if you're applying for kind of roles in different areas. And my last top tip, I suppose, is to just create a LinkedIn profile, and think about the photo that you're using and make sure that it's professional, and follow game studios. A lot of game studios will have pages on LinkedIn. It's a really good way to find out about vacancies, and to make connections in the industry as well. So if you don't have one, I would encourage anyone who's actively looking for work to set up a LinkedIn profile and to use the network available there as well. So next section. Cover letters. So just wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about this. It links in with a lot of the stuff that I've just said about CVs. But for cover letters, this is really your first impression. So it's the first impression that you're making on someone, and personalization is key. And I can't emphasize that enough, because if you do use mail merge or you just kind of send out bulk emails, that will be really, really obvious to people. It will be obvious that you're just blanket emailing people, that you're not really engaged in that role and in that company. So I think it's a lot better to take the time to customize your cover letters. It takes a little bit more time, but I believe it will get a better result out of the people who are reading it. And think about, why do you want that role and why do you want to work at that studio? And try and mention the company by name and the role by name, so that people can see that you've taken the time to really think, yeah, okay, this is a studio that I want to work at, this is a game that I want to work on, and that you're not just blanket emailing any company that you can find in the games industry because you just want to get any old job. It's about trying to show that you're really engaged in the role that you're applying for as well. And that kind of ties in with this point, which is for interviews. Like, always make sure that you know, if you do make it to that stage, which I'm sure you all will at some point, you know, do research the company, research the studio and the game. You know, try and play the game if you can get hold of it, or if not, you know, watch videos on YouTube or watch streams, and make sure that you have something to say about it. You can talk about what you like about it, what you found interesting about it, maybe what you know, what you'd improve even, or ask questions about it. Just make sure that you've got some knowledge about the studio and the game, because that makes a really big difference, you know, when you are talking to someone in the interview process. Okay, so just a little bit on technical roles. I kind of asked around, you know, some of my contacts and tried to get some tips, you know, for specifically for technical roles. And the first one is that demos are you know, great. So portfolios are really helpful, but demos are better if you have anything that you can send out to really showcase what you can do and showcase what you can create. And people, at least the people that I know and the people that I spoke to, you know, will take the time to play them and have a look at them. And even if you don't, you know, get the role that you're going for, you might be able to get some helpful feedback. And yeah, so that's something to consider. And as I mentioned before, you know, game jams are a great way to practice your skills and to, you know, really hone your talents and just get experience of actually working on games. And I think now, you know, more than ever, it's easier than it's ever been to work on your own projects. Obviously, it's time consuming and we're all busy. So, you know, it's not to say you have to build your own game in your own time, but there's definitely more opportunities than ever before to kind of practice, you know, what you want to do and practice what you enjoy. And I'd encourage you to do that where possible. And having a shipped game is an advantage. You know, a lot of roles will ask for this. So if you if you can create your own game and you know, through a game jam or anything else, and you can get it out there, then that is great. But it's not vital. You know, you don't have to have it, but it definitely helps if you can put yourself in a position where you do have one. And the last thing I just wanted to touch on before questions is inclusion and diversity. And I think the games industry hasn't always been the most inclusive, but that is absolutely changing. And I've seen in the last couple of years, you know, there's a lot more interest from studios that are valuing diversity, and they're doing all they can to reach new candidates and to make sure that the people that work in games are really reflective of who actually plays games as well. And, you know, from a gender perspective, if I just think about myself, when I joined, you know, I was the only woman on my team. You know, I was one of 2 or 3 women on the entire floor. You know, even now in Payload, you know, we don't have as many women as I would like us to in terms of our team and in terms of our staff. And that's something that we're really trying to change. And of course, you know, that goes for lots of other underrepresented groups as well. But just from my own personal experience, you know, I can talk about gender, and I've been very lucky and had you know, really great experience in the games industry, and it's been really positive, and I've been able to do some really exciting things and met some amazing people, and I've always worked with hugely talented and supportive and friendly people, and I've been very lucky in that sense. But it is sometimes hard, you know, being you know, the only woman in meetings or the only woman in rooms. You know, you do notice it sometimes. It can be you know, a challenge on occasion, and that's where organizations and support groups and communities you know, come in and can be really helpful. So there are loads of amazing organizations out there. These are just a few that I've either worked with or that I know of, or that were supported you know, through the work that Payload does. So Women in Games, it's pretty self-explanatory, but they've been running for a number of years. They have an annual conference, and they do a lot of work around, you know, encouraging more women into the industry and supporting those that are already in the industry. Limit Break mentorship, so that's something that I'm part of this year, and it's a mentorship scheme that's run for underrepresented genders, and it's been really helpful to me personally as well. And then there's also POC in Play and Bayman Games, Outmaking Games, Ukie, of course, have their diversity pledge, and they've been really integral, I think, in bringing together studios and making sure that we have, you know, a more focused approach to things and sharing best practice and really trying to get people to work together to see what we can do to make sure that the industry is as welcoming and as inclusive, you know, as it should be. And then there's also, as part of our diversity initiative, we run a series of events called Game On. So these are always focused on inclusion in the industry, and they happen regularly. They're always free to attend. So that's something that I kind of look after and I host. And we have a page on our website if anyone wants to learn more. But I can give you a few examples. This year we've been covered topics such as unconscious bias and remote working, anti-racism. You know, some big important topics that it's been really useful to hear from the expert speakers that we bring in. And as we learn more, you know, both as individuals and as a studio, we're hopeful that we can share that with you know, the rest of the industry and really help to drive for the positive change that's happening now and make sure that that's achieved, you know, as quickly as possible as well. So that, I think, that wraps it up. That wraps up my talk. It was a bit of a whirlwind, I know. But if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer any that might have come up.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Callie. There are a few questions. There's 4 questions here, so I'll read them out for you.
Awesome.
Okay, so the first one, where can I find game jams or information on game jams?
That's a good question. I'm not aware of any kind of portal or list, but I don't know if Leon, you can help with that. But I know a couple that the Global Game Jam is a big one that happens every year. That's one that we've been involved with. But I know that there are lots of others that happen. Leon, you might be better placed to answer that one.
Someone just posted it in the thing there. But we run our Ukie student game jams on itch.io. So someone just posted the link there in the chat. But yeah, there's ones that you can kind of just jump into there. You don't have to be part of a group or anything. You can just kind of like scroll through and see which ones are open to normal people. But yeah, so check that out. The link's there. Awesome. Where are Payload based, and do you take on interns?
Yeah, so we are based in central London, in Farringdon. We have a big office there, and we also run our co-working space. We don't have any internships open at the moment, but it is something that we're hoping to look at in the future. We're quite small still. 31 sounds like a lot, but for a company, it's still a relatively small size. But yeah, we don't have any formal internships open at the moment, but we are trying to do kind of outreach and hopefully, you know, more work experience in the future. So yeah.
Yeah, so I suppose just keep your eye on the Payload Twitter page.
Yeah, right? Definitely keep an eye out. Yeah.
Awesome, cool. And then another question here is: do you know where I can find like a list of events, but more particularly events that are for kind of students, and are there any opportunities to kind of get involved in volunteering?
Yeah, so I think Eventbrite it can be quite useful. You know, you can search kind of video games or you know, even tech. You know, that there might be some quite useful things that come up. The large majority of them are free, so you know, it's easy to kind of sign up, and then if you decide you don't want to go, that's not an issue. I think also Twitter can be really useful. You know, organizations like Ukie or Into Games and you know, places like that, even BAFTA and things, they'll be posting about events all the time. So definitely worth having a look on social media. But I think a lot of places now use Eventbrite, you know, especially with the move towards online events. So that's worth having a look at as well, I think.
Awesome. All right, cool. And do you guys still do I know because you do the Tentacle Zone, I don't know if you still do the volunteering at the Tentacle Zone. Is that still a thing, or?
Yeah, so this normally for Tentacle Zone we would be taking on volunteers, running like indie zones at some of the largest games events in the country. This year it hasn't happened, so I don't know what 2021 is going to hold, but hopefully that will be an opportunity as well. So yes, definitely should have mentioned that, so thanks for that.
No, it's all right, honestly. No, because it just brings to mind as well. So if any of the Ukie students or most of you should be Ukie students who are listening right now, we do our trip out to Gamescom in August. We would have gone obviously this year, but it was cancelled in terms of physical, but we take like 6 students out to Gamescom with us. So I know most people kind of clock off around March when you're a student because you don't really have to do any more coursework, but just keep an eye on your emails because there will be a kind of like application link, and we don't actually get that many applications considering we've got like 3,800 students on the program. So you'd be in with quite a good chance. And also just keep up to date with our kind of events calendar because we send out an events calendar like monthly for the students as well.
Also, I'll just add, I think a lot of the big games industry events, you know, EGX and Reds and stuff, there's normally a chance to sign up as a volunteer, or even, you know, some of the Comic Cons and things like that in London. So check out their websites because they might have opportunities as well.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, the best place to kind of like network and meet people from within the industry, right? And it's in a fun environment because you're playing games.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, cool. Okay, cool. Last question then. So with Brexit being a thing, what would you recommend for people looking at internships and job opportunities in Europe?
That is a good question. And there are going to be some changes, you know, from the 1st of January. But it really depends. It depends what the job is and where you're looking at. But I think just try and read up and make sure that you know what the situation is. If you need a visa, you know, if the company is willing to support you to apply, you know, for the necessary paperwork, whether that's a visa or otherwise. And I know that lots of people are working very hard to make sure that you know, it's still possible to have, you know, movement from mainland Europe and us, and we definitely value a lot of different, you know, when you look at Payload, we have people from all over Europe, so we're definitely doing our best to make sure that will continue as well. But yeah, it really depends on the roles, etc. But yeah, just read up on it and contact the company and ask questions if you need to, because people will be happy to help and answer any questions.
Awesome. All right, well, cool. Thank you very much, Callie. That was really, really great and informative, and I'm sure everyone learned a lot. I will post Callie's Twitter handle in the chat now so that people can follow her if they would like to. But I lied earlier on. I said that this was going to be the last talk before lunch. I actually got it wrong. It's not. I've got the incredible Max here with me. So I'm going to ask him to start his video and unmute him. But thank you so much, Callie. Really appreciate that.
No problem. See you later.
Cool. See you later.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, how's it going, Max? You all right?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I think you like. You're good?
Am I here right? Yeah, just
yeah,
checking.
you're all right. No, sorry,
Okay.
there was a slight little pause there. I don't know, but yeah, look, I'm going to jump off camera and mute myself and let you take it from here. All right?
Okay, sure.
If you get stuck with anything, then just ask me and I'll clip in.
Hopefully this should. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, we can see
Yep.
it.
Okay. So hello, welcome to my talk about preparing to join the games industry as a junior environment artist. Some of the things I'll touch on are relevant for sort of all artist positions. So don't feel like any of the information is going to exclude anyone who's looking for a different position. So I'll give a little introduction, how to prepare for applying and the interview process, some things I wish I knew before applying, and what I'd look for in a junior artist now. So, hi, my name is Max Mead. I'm a senior environment artist at Ubisoft Leamington. I've been in the games industry for about 6 years, and before that I taught on a game art course at De Montfort University for about 1.5 years. I specialize in realistic 3D environment art and have worked on several AAA open world titles, including Homefront: The Revolution, Dead Island 2, The Division 2, and a handful of other unreleased games. So how do we prepare? Check your work, check your portfolio, your CV, cover letter, and get others to as well. So I know this has probably been hammered home after the last sort of 3 days of talks, but it's really important that you make sure that your work is reflecting the best of you. There should be no mistakes. You're surrounded by creative friends, peers, and mentors. Use that experience. Get honest feedback on your work, know what your strengths and weaknesses are, and really play to what sells you as an artist. So update your work to best reflect your skills and creativity. Remove work that casts any doubts about your ability or that you're not confident shows the best of your abilities. Fewer, better pieces are far more impactful than a portfolio littered with work of lower quality. And you will often be judged on your weakest part of your portfolio. especially if it comes down to picking between two very competent artists. So write a specific cover letter for each studio you're going to apply to. It might take more time than a generic cover letter, but it could help you stand out from lots of very similar applicants. It shows that you've done your research, that you can prepare and organize yourself. So spell check and proofread. If you can, tailor your work to the kinds of studios you might like to work with. Making sure your application is airtight leaves a much more positive impression and allows a recruiter to focus on your ability and skill rather than a sloppy application. Leverage your contacts. The games industry is small and can be competitive, especially for those looking to break into it for the first time. If you know anyone who could give you advice about the studio, put you in contact with someone, or recommend you for a position that you've worked with or talked to previously, then utilize that advantage. Getting a clearer insight into what the studio might be looking for, the kind of culture, or simply a contact or recommendation will help put you to the top of the application pile and make you more memorable. So, tailor. Find the studio or studios you might like to work for, research and tailor your application to them. You want to show the best of your portfolio. That best sells your creativity and skills for that studio. What are they working on? What have they done in the past? And the history and future of the company can all help show that you're interested, engaged, and informed, which are all desirable traits in any applicant. So preparation can be the key to a successful application. Apply directly or through an internal referral scheme if you can. You'll make a better impression and often be in a better position to negotiate your employment than a third-party recruiter. Apply for jobs that are there and those that aren't. A speculative application can sometimes lead to an opening, even if it's not right away. Be polite and appreciate there might not be a position for you yet. If you are good enough, some studios might try and accommodate you. And most of all, don't sell yourself short. Don't be put off, and learn from any interactions and experiences you might have. Don't be put off applying. Some jobs can be up for months, and more often than not, it can be for far shorter. So don't miss your chance for that dream role. Assemble the best of what you have, prepare a cover letter tailored to your company, do the research, and reach out to any acquaintances you might know, and just do it. If you've had any kind of formal education in game art, you've put in time and effort, you're already in good standings to apply for a position. The artist mentality of never feeling ready can be your downfall. So I think you need to bear in mind that you'll always be improving. So sometimes you have to just apply with what you have. Most of all, believe in yourself and keep at it. Rejection can be disheartening, but don't take one failed application to heart. Each studio is looking for something different. Learn from each interview or application, keep improving your portfolio techniques, and keep at it. Keep applying, and eventually you'll find success. So a few things about the sort of interview process and how to prepare for it. You've been contacted back and asked if you'd like to attend an interview. So decide on a time that suits both you and the interviewer. Often you'll get a phone or online interview in the first instance, likely with whoever is managing your recruitment, but this may vary depending on the size of the studio. Be prepared. Find somewhere quiet with a good phone or internet connection that enables you to look at and take notes during your conversation. Make sure your camera works if you're video conferencing, and try to minimize any potential technical problems or interruptions. Get set up with plenty of time to spare, and try to keep your background space as neutral or professional as possible. It's good to ask questions and keep a record of things that are said or asked that you can refer to back later. Don't be afraid to ask about what kind of work you might be doing, the role, the studio, pay, benefits, and the location. They're all relevant to your application. Just because it's the games industry, it's no different to applying for sort of a different position. And remember, this is just as much of a chance for you to get a feel for the position as it is for them to get a sense of you. Do some research on the kinds of questions you might be asked, but most of all, be yourself and be confident. You've got to this stage, They've obviously thought something was worthwhile in your application. And you might be moving to a new city or country. If you're attending an on-site interview, give yourself enough time to explore either before or after and get a feel for the location and the studio. You want to be happy with your choice, so it's worth checking out things like cost of living, travel, and whether this job is going to be right for you. Don't force yourself into a situation you can't sustain, no matter how excited you might be to join your dream studio. And know your worth, which I know can be difficult to actually do in practice. But if you know you're going to struggle to make ends meet, see if there's any room for movement on their offer. So know your work. You'll likely have 2 or more interviews. They could be in person, Skype, Teams, Zoom, Slack, or on the phone. You'll have an interview with either your lead, art director, or some of your future colleagues, where you'll discuss your work and chat about how you might approach different situations and why you'd make those decisions. Be prepared to talk through your work and explain how you went about it. And again, be confident. You should know what you're talking about. And if you don't know the specifics of one thing, admit to it and divert into something that you do know how to do. Just because you don't know one way to solve a problem doesn't mean it can't be solved a different way. Be prepared and make sure you can easily show your portfolio on the day. Your interviewer might not be as prepared as you are, or there might be some technical hiccups. Ooh. And having the problems there. And relax. Our interviews are informal and laid back. Be professional, but also just be friendly and relaxed. This stage is generally just to get a feeling of each candidate. And interviews are a great opportunity for both you and your potential employer to get to know what your relationship might be like. Don't go into an interview thinking you're the only person who's being questioned. This will help you relax, and the pre-interview nerves will hopefully melt away. Listen to what your team is saying and use it as a way of gauging how you might fit into that team and whether it is something you'd like. Say, what can you bring to the team, project or company? What is your added value? Why you? Have you participated in things like game jams? Have you done mods, paid work, personal projects? Is there anything that makes you stand out? Are you a history buff? Did you study architecture? Do you take photos? Are you good at drawing? These are all things that kind of put in their head that you're engaged and creative. So things I wish I knew before joining. Your education isn't finished. It's okay if there are some gaps in your knowledge. If your fundamental skills are strong, you know how to make good content, and you have a keen interest, a strong portfolio, and a willingness to learn, you will fill those gaps in within your role. You aren't expected to know every pipeline or program, especially as a junior artist. And that goes forward for each sort of seniority change. Every studio has slightly different processes and workflows, and these will all be built upon as you work with your team. By all means, get to know the basics of things, but a stronger knowledge on best practices can be applied to many different programs, and switching between software is part of the role. Whether it's Max to Maya or Blender, Unreal to an in-house engine, there's always more to learn. What might your first week be like? Your first day will be full of onboarding, meetings, introductions, and generally just setting you up to start. You might even only get to sit at your desk for a moment. Just don't expect to start sculpting on your first day. It will come soon enough. You'll spend a lot of time over the first weeks getting set up. Just like any job, there are health and safety and administrative steps to go through. You'll get introduced to your line managers, support staff, HR, as well as your team, and potentially key people from within the studio. You'll get to grips with the project for the first time, look at any videos and documentation, and likely play the game to get a feel for what you're going to be contributing to. Absorb. You are usually not thrown in at the deep end. There is a gentle onboarding process. And you'll likely spend the first few weeks or even months getting settled and confident, depending on the project or the studio. It can be intentionally slow, but you also might find yourself chomping at the bit to get started. If you're desperate to start doing some work, talk to your lead, but make sure you've got a good handle on what it is you're going to work on and what the project needs to become. It's quite easy when you're at university to not appreciate your part of something bigger, and that your art isn't made in isolation, like pieces in your portfolio. So absorb all the information you can, and if you don't understand something, ask. Everyone wants you to be confident in your role. It is okay to ask questions. You'll learn about the game, the world, the development processes. If there are any techniques or workflows specific to your role or the project, you'll be introduced to these during your onboarding. Learning the ins and outs of the game and the world is important for you as an artist to inject your creativity and storytelling into the world and creating a cohesive and enjoyable experience for the player. And you'll likely have scrums or stand-ups to get a feel for what the team is working on, and these will help you understand the processes and roles of your direct team. Production is there to ensure that the project is progressing well and that you have the time needed to complete your work. And your first tasks, depending on your role at the studio and the progress of the project, these are likely going to be building a section of world. You might have help from a level designer or some more senior member of your team, but they are generally just there to help guide you when you need help or have questions. Most of all, you're expected to do what you're good at, building worlds and making good art choices. So what is the job like? An artist's job is not only modeling nice things, it's texturing and set dressing, but also documentation, task management, and planning. Your workload. Sometimes you'll be busy and sometimes you'll have more free time. As a junior, you're expected to be able to plan out your work and have a rough idea of how long it might take you to complete things, but you'll have lots of support from your team, leads, and production to ensure you've got the time you need, as you might be missing the experience to give definitive answers. The workload on any project ebbs and flows during your downtime. Take a chance to recharge, do some light learning, and continue practicing or researching new techniques. And most of it, you shouldn't be in perpetual crunch. It is a sign of bad planning. Personally, I've done very little overtime in 6 years, but I know some studios have years of crunch at a time. Do some research and don't get burnt out. This could be your career for 50 plus years. Don't ruin it in your first few. Your responsibilities as a junior environment artist or any artist, you'll mostly be responsible for creating content in the world. You will be responsible for laying out, dressing spaces, making assets, optimization, bug fixing, and supporting more senior members of the team. You'll be expected to update documentation, manage your tasks, the workload, and just be organized. The role of an environment artist is the same at all seniorities, but what changes is the amount of responsibility and the autonomy that you are expected to work at. The amount of creative freedom and ownership will vary somewhat studio to studio, but if you're committed and can show your ability to pull together engaging content, you're more likely to get a more important stake in the game. Whatever it is you're doing, do it to the best of your abilities. Be organized and communicate efficiently. And lastly, what's the culture like? Working in games can be a number of things, but they're full of passionate, creative people who really want to make the best content that they can. The industry is full of experience. It's not entirely serious, and there are lots of opportunities for fun and socializing. But people are professional when it comes to getting their jobs done. All studios are different, and it is important that when interviewing, think of how you will mesh with your team. The games industry is fun to be a part of, and there are lots of benefits that sometimes people don't appreciate over more traditional jobs. It's social, it's friendly, creative, flexible, and you have real opportunities to make a big impact in what you're making. So please let me know if you can't hear this video. So what do I look for now? Creativity and storytelling. I want to find someone who can take a mundane subject and make it interesting, and who can generate thought-provoking art that tells a compelling story. You should have strong technical skills, but if you can translate that into interesting art, then you're much more desirable. Technical skills can be taught, but a creative eye is much harder to build up from nothing. Creativity. You've just spent 3 years working on your portfolio. It should be current, relevant, and interesting. Just because you're more junior does not mean you are less creative or talented. Your knowledge should be up to date, and I should be able to learn just as much from you as I can from the team. It's just application and experience you're lacking. And this is really important, soft skills. You should be able to communicate well whilst being artistically and technically minded. I want to be able to understand your reasoning for making decisions, why you choose to do something a certain way, and the ability to reach out not just to your immediate team, but the wider project team. If you are confident in explaining your work and reasoning, then your idea is much more likely to be received well. Friendly and approachable, with a willingness to iterate and an eye for detail. We should both feel comfortable in talking to one another with ideas and feedback. You need to be driven. You need to be interested and enthusiastic. I want a junior to bring new enthusiasm to the group and quickly become an integral part of our team. And I'll hammer this home. You need to be good at organizing, timekeeping, and planning. I shouldn't be worried about looking through your max files or not being able to deliver on promises or targets. A growth mindset. I want someone who can be independent with their tasks that they are comfortable with and ask for help when they feel they're less confident, able to quickly adapt and apply a logical mind to their tasks and respond well to challenge and new ideas. And to be able to deconstruct feedback and make meaningful changes based on discussions with the team, leads, and directors. Understanding why changes might need to be made and to carry out those in the best way possible. Retaining as much of your vision and the game's vision as possible. So to round up, prepare. Do the research, make sure everything is ready and working. Check your work, show your best. Your portfolio is key to making a good impression. And it really is the most important tool that you have to securing at least an interview. Apply, learn, and don't give up. Just because you didn't succeed in the first instance doesn't mean that you're not ready for that job. Relax and make sure the job works for you. This is a two-way street, and it isn't just up to the employer to make things work. Relax and make sure this job works for you. Be creative and show your technical skills. And most of all, be driven, organized, friendly, and polite. So if there are any questions.
Hi, Max. I'm Dom.
Hey.
I'm one of the fellow organisers with Leon. Do you want me to read out the questions to you?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Amazing. So, first question comes from Hannah. When should I apply for jobs as a master's student? Is it better to apply closer to when I would be available to work or as soon as possible?
It's a great question. I think if you're ready, if you feel like you're ready, there's no reason why you should put off applying. Obviously, make sure that you can continue doing your masters if that's something that you want to complete, which it should be. But yeah, really just making sure that you make that known to the person you're applying to, and quite often you'll be able to negotiate when you're first going to start.
Excellent. And then next question comes from Joe. When it comes to your portfolio, how many pieces of work do you think there should be? How should you go about showing work in progress?
I think showing work in progress should be done on a separate form. It's maybe something that you'd build, you show during your interview process. You can show, well, this is the kind of stuff that I'm doing at the moment. It's not finished, but there's some of the processes that I'm working on. So if that's on like a blog or sort of any sort of developmental stage, then that'd be good. As for the amount of work in your portfolio, I think what matters most is that it's good work. You shouldn't just fluff up your portfolio with pieces that you're not confident show the best of your ability. Like I was saying, get people to check it, and if they're saying it's not the best of your stuff, take it out. I mean, minimally, you can probably get away with having 1 or 2 pieces of work in your portfolio, and it's not going to make any sort of major questions as long as those are particularly competent.
Excellent. And then the next question is, what sort of experiences do I need to stand out as a 3D artist?
I think just having good content in your portfolio, being able to present yourself well. It's important to show that you can do world building. I mean, this depends on studio to studio that you're applying to. Get to see what kind of games they make and what kind of things they look for in candidates. You can kind of get a feel even if you're playing someone's game, whether they're more interested in nice sculpted stuff or sort of beautiful open worlds. So if you can tailor your work to that, but just generally good content that's technically minded.
Excellent. And then we have another question that asks, are there any places that you would recommend where I can see example portfolios from the industry?
Just browse ArtStation. ArtStation is kind of the go-to for portfolios now. If you see a bit of work that you like, just go onto their profile and look through what they're showing. It'll be different between prop artists and environment artists and character artists, etc. But honestly, you could just browse through and really see what the kind of current standard is, or gold standard.
Excellent. And then, are there any reading materials you would recommend?
There's a lot of sort of fundamental like books on color and light. I can link to them later. There's a really good one, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. And generally just sort of like 80 level, any sort of articles that sort of come up. Quite often people will break down how they're doing their work. And generally it is what we're doing in the industry at the moment. So it's not irrelevant to look at that kind of stuff.
And then next question is, what 3D softwares do you think are the most important to learn?
Any kind of modeling package. It doesn't really matter. Like I was saying, if you're able to make content in one package, you'll be able to learn a new one. Blender is free and it's becoming more and more prevalent in the games industry. There is still a tendency for studios to be max based, at least for environment art. Character art would be Maya, but I think Blender or whatever package you can kind of get hold of as a student, it doesn't really matter as long as you're competent in doing at least one of them.
Excellent. And then just looking at the time, if we do 2-3 more questions.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Just looking, what about this one? What is something that you really look for in an applicant?
I think just reinforcing some of the points I made earlier on. Someone
I
that
guess if
is
you had to choose one, what would be your personal?
being able to communicate efficiently. Like if you've got to the stage where you're having an interview, your portfolio is already good. So just coming across as someone who can talk easily is probably the best ability that you can have.
Excellent. And then we got a new question just saying, do you look at portfolio or CV first?
When it comes to sort of, it normally goes through the recruiter process. They look at your CV, but as an artist, we will just look at your portfolio. Make sure that it's easy to look at. We don't have to click through too many tabs, and it's just as simple as clicking from image to image, because we'll look through hundreds of applicants at a time. And to stand out, we really just need to see the best of your work.
Excellent. And as the final question, which for Jamie, I might merge in with this. So I had one question was asked, what is the best project you've worked and led on? And Jamie slightly asked a similar question, which is Dead Island 2 still coming? Yeah. Obviously, NDA might infract that answer.
I mean, it's announced that it's coming. Dan Buster is still working on it. Obviously, I'm not there anymore. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it is coming. Best project that I've been involved on. The first year content of the Division 2 was definitely the most fun to work on.
Excellent. Well, I really appreciate the time you've given to give this well-detailed presentation, Max, and thank you for answering all those questions. We've put your Twitter into the chat, but is there any other way that any of the students can connect with you outside of Twitter?
You can find me on LinkedIn. I'll happily accept any new requests. I can quickly find my ID for it.
I would also, any students, just make sure you highlight that you've come from the Ukie Student Conference so Max knows who you are. That way he can know that he can help you straight away if you come to him on LinkedIn. Well, not straight away, as in, you know, they're a student, basically. But no, thank you again, Max. And yeah, if you are sticking around, but we're in lunchtime now, so for the next hour, guys, we're just going to have a break, and then we'll be back for our last two talks. But again, Max won't be able to hear, but give him a round of applause. And until around 1 o'clock, 10 past 1, we are going to sign off for a little bit. So thank you again, everyone, and thank you, Max.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So the next talk is from Matthew Hamilton, who's the creative director at Labrador Studios. And his talk title is So You Want to Create a World. He's actually unable to make it today, so he's pre-recorded his talk and I've got it here on the screen. So I'm going to press play. Hopefully the sound works and hopefully it's not very laggy. If it is really laggy and the sound doesn't work, then we have actually got my colleague Dom, who's got a talk that he can deliver separate to this. But I'm going to give it a go first. If it works, that's great. But if not, then we've got something as a backup. So I'm going to press play now. If you can't hear anything or it gets laggy, just message in the chat box. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Hamilton. Today I'll be giving a talk about working with other disciplines and creating the world for your game. The title for this talk is So You Want to Create a World. This video is pre-recorded as of now I will be in the States, and unfortunately where I grew up and live the internet is not very good and I would not have been able to. My name is Matthew Hamilton, so it's been pre-recorded. If you have any questions after this talk, please feel free to email me at matt@labradorstudios.com and I can answer any questions you have over this talk. The three areas that I want to cover in this talk is working with three major disciplines that come about with developing any video game. The first one being working with artists, the second one being working with musicians or composers, and the third one being working with developers. A little bit about me is I have a degree in programming, but I am the lead designer of the game. We've been working on the game for about 17 months, and in that time I've had a nice opportunity to work with disciplines that I've never been able to before. Starting with artists, I'm not a art capable human being. I can't draw, I doodle very badly, the color wheel is foreign to me. And so what I do when I work with my artists, and what I suggest that everybody else does whenever they start working with an artist, is find examples. Find examples of a style you like, colors you want, and just run through iterations between yourself and your artist until you really hit that look. Me and my lead artist, John, had a lot of ideas bouncing back and forth. I had all these characters in my head that I'd always seen in there, but it's not as simple as pulling it out and putting it on paper. So he would give a sketch, I would give feedback, we would go back and forth, I would suggest something, and then he would provide his professional feedback and say, well, it might actually not look that good, Matt. Then we would sometimes try it, sometimes not try it. More often than not, John would be right, sometimes I would be right, sometimes it would look good. It's not a competition when it's working with your artists, but it is always something to remember that you are the designer. This is your game. You have the final say. Don't be afraid to say no. If you get a template back, an image, a color scheme from one of your artists, and you don't like it, because at the end of the day, you're designing it. It is your game. The artists are there to help you build this world, but you need to be able to clearly speak to them about what you want and what you envision. And this can be really hard to do as somebody who isn't artistic. That again goes back to the examples that you can find. So looking at my game, we take homage to Final Fantasy Tactics. It's not exactly the same, as you can tell. We are on like a 10 by 10 grid, whereas their world is a bit different. But the style of the sprites, the proportions of the bodies, what the characters are wearing, it's sort of the same. So if you aren't an innately artistic person, finding examples, spending time with your artists, speaking to them, seeing the kind of styles that they're good at doing, like there's no point in trying to force a square peg into a round hole. If you have an amazing artist who does one style, but you have a different style in your head, maybe look at changing styles for the game, or honestly, you might need to just find a different artist. That's just the name of the game. Because if you have a vision in your head, they need to be able to match your vision. We started developing our game in June, and we didn't have an artist until November, December, because I knew what I wanted the game to look like, and I couldn't find anybody to match that vision until I met John. Stick to your guns and just keep going until you find somebody, because there is somebody out there who will match your vision. It's just about finding them. If you're looking for an artist, there are many avenues to go down to try and find them. Twitter, for example, does hashtags to where you can look up pixel artists, you can look up RPGs, you can look up fantasy. Just look up the hashtags for the game you have in mind and look at these people putting out their art. Send them a message, talk to them. Potentially they'll be looking for work. A lot of people also have websites and portfolios where they show their stuff off. In our case, we went to EGX, which was an event in London, which was open to the public as well as to the industry. And I saw John's previous game and I thought, if he can make something that looks this good, I was like, he can certainly work with me to make our game look good. And lo and behold, it's worked. You just need to go out there and look for them, because there are people out there who are very talented who just haven't been discovered yet. Next up, we're going to start talking about working with musicians. The most musical experience I ever had was violin for 2 years in middle school, and I was bad at it. That's just how it is. I love music. I like listening to it. I like listening to game soundtracks and music that's created, but I can't hold a tune. That's just not something I can do. Since I was such a novice at music and sound design in general, what we did at our studio was we reached out to local universities for students that had degrees in sound design or composing, things along those lines, and we said, hey, we're a new studio. We want to work with a new artist. We want to find our sound together. I received a bunch of applicants and I found one that the sound wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but her work was impressive enough to me where I thought, let's meet up, let's chat, let's see if we can work together. We ended up meeting and she brought some more of her samples along. I brought the game so that she could play the game, and we were able to talk about how potentially taking one of her samples, and I'm going to completely butcher music words right now, but this is just showing you how to work with a musician if you don't know music. I would say, can you make this bit louder or softer? Can you make it more screechy, more fantasy, more horns? And luckily, Erica has been able to iterate and send us new drafts. Again, I said this during the art portion, but I just need to reiterate it. You can't be afraid to say no. You're never going to hurt an artist or a composer's feelings if you tell them no. Just provide feedback and work with them. They want to do a good job and you want to do a good job. Everybody's on the same team. We've had plenty of times where Erica has sent me some stuff and it has been absolutely perfect the first time. And then we've had other times where she sent me some stuff and it wasn't quite what I wanted. And so I've had to say no, let's go back and talk about it and rework it. Whenever I would get something back from Erica and it wasn't exactly what I wanted, I would go and I would research samples for her. I would go find movie clips that had a sound that I wanted, or a TV show that had a sound that I wanted, or a game that had a sound that I wanted. I would then show her the game and say, this is what the characters are going through. These are their emotions. This is what's happening in the story. I can show her the animations of our characters and break it down frame by frame because it's a sprite game. We can talk about how we want it to sound like. She'll then go away, reiterate, and then send stuff from me, and then we can go over it together. If possible, when you're working with a musician, it is way easier to get your point across if you and the musician can be in the same place at the same time. Now, obviously COVID and a lockdown is putting a damper on that, but this is advice for the future. While you can get good art from far away and you can provide feedback, an artist can't really go and do all the corrections or suggestions you have then and there. It's going to take some time. But if you have a musician or a composer right next to you with their software, you can tweak stuff on the fly and instantly hear your results. I always suggest that you try and work as close as possible in the same area with your musician, because providing feedback over the internet is helpful, but nothing beats the same experience as working in the same location as that person. If you're going to be working hand in hand with your developers, which you should be doing if you're the designer, I cannot recommend enough that you take a basic course on programming. If you're using Unity, take a basic course on Unity. Take a basic course on C#. If you're using Unreal, learn some C++. If you're making your own engine, learn about it. It's so much easier to be able to communicate between a designer and a developer if you both understand the very basics of programming and the way that the code runs, because you can talk to each other and find a way to make it run more efficiently. You can find things that are out of date that can be removed. You can even be there to where if your developer is stuck, they can speak to you, and maybe you'll have the idea in your head that they haven't thought of, and you can provide suggestions. Being able to train yourself through YouTube, through a university, just something so that whenever your developer is talking to you about a bug that they've encountered, you're not just sitting there staring at them. If you can understand what they're talking about, not only does that allow you to possibly toss in suggestions and fixes or to understand things, but as a designer, it can help you understand your timelines better. If you understand the bugs that are going on, you can plan ahead because you're not in the dark. You understand what's going on. You can think, oh, they got this bug going on. This may potentially be a few days, maybe a week. You can then talk to production and you can time everything better. If you're currently designing something that a developer has a bug and is stuck on, potentially if you understand what's going on with it, you might be able to change the design so that the bug isn't a big deal. There's no harm in a designer learning how to develop. It only benefits you. As soon as you know how to program, how a computer thinks, it'll be immensely helpful for bringing your design to life. Whereas the art side and the music side are very creative and free-flowing, developers tend to be a lot more methodical and they can list their experiences and what they've done. If you're a new designer and you're trying to create a world, potentially look for a more experienced developer. They've most likely worked with other designers and they have experience. You can learn from them and their previous projects. This allows you to grow and you have a developer who is talented and experienced and they can share their wisdom with you, especially if you take my advice and you learn some coding yourself. They can assist you on that and allow you to grow to be a better designer. When working with all three of these disciplines, artists, musicians, and developers, the biggest thing that I can relay to you is just have open communication. Have everybody be able to talk to everybody else. Show off what the artist is doing to the musician. Show to the musician and the artist what the developer is doing. Show them how it all works together. Everybody will feel appreciated. They can start to see what you as the designer see. Because in your head, you've seen this game already. You've seen it for months. You can hear it, you can see it, you can play it. They do not have that ability to look inside your head, and so you need to take those pieces that they create, put it together, and allow them to see what their work has done and the things that they have created. Next up, some tips for designers. If you want to get into games design, please listen to these. I've made all of these mistakes in the last 17 months. This is my first game. If I go back in time and just tell myself, hey dude, you're doing this wrong, I wish I could. The first one would be organized. Know where everything is at all times. Know the resources that you need to provide to your artist and your musician and your developers. I was very unorganized when I first started. I'm a lot more organized now. That right there will save you a lot of time. If you're constantly looking for stuff, it's just wasted time. You're not designing, you're not creating, you're just looking. 2, have the stuff ready for your artists and your musicians and your developers. Don't have these people waiting to create and to do things and you don't have the documents ready for them. Write out, after you speak to your artist, write out what you talked about. Write out what you want something to look like so that they always have a constant reference. Write out your stuff with your musician. Provide those examples. With your developer, talk to them about how the game needs to play and the features there. None of these people should come back to you and ask you questions about how something should work because that's not their job. Your job is to design. It's not their job to guess your design. Be organized and have everything ready for them so that they can start the day and get everything done. Number 3, don't be afraid to say no. I mentioned it earlier in the video and I'm going to mention it again because I find it very important. If a developer gives you a feature and it's not what it needs to be, say no. Have them redo it, have them fix it. If you get a piece of art that isn't what it should be, say no. If you get a composition and some music that is good 90% of the way, but then 10% it's not, say no, send it back, point it out to them. Provide good feedback, polite criticism. It goes a long way. People will not get upset. They will not start to provide bad stuff because you said no to them once or twice. They'll appreciate it. The better guidance they have, the better stuff that they can produce. So while tip number 3 is don't be afraid to say no, tip number 4 is, as a designer, don't close your mind to what other people tell you. If an artist comes to you and they have really good advice, perhaps some of the colors might show up better, perhaps changing what a character looks like might make them stand out better or look cooler, listen to them. I mean, if you hired them to be your artist, that means they're good at what they do. Listen to their advice. Same thing for musicians and everything they do. If they bring you a piece that they feel really sells what's happening in the game or what something really sounds like to them, listen to them. Don't just instantly say no to them. I mean, again, you hired these people to work with you, so work together. When a developer comes to you and they say, hey, I don't think that this is fun, ignore them. They're developers. What do they know? But seriously, listen to your developers if they talk to you about something. One thing to remember though is that while everything is internal for a long time, getting user testing is also very important to the design experience. And I guess that could be tip number 5, is to get people outside of the group that's making the game, bring a stranger in, have them play it, get some feedback, see how they do. Get their feedback on what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it plays like, the overall concept. That's extremely valuable. In our own way, we have Charlie, the video assistant. We like to test out our new AI builds with her. She's not a part of building the game. She hasn't been with this. She just likes video games. She's in computer science. And so we brought her in to play against the AI, get her feedback, and it's been invaluable. So you could do that as a designer as well to get some outside feedback in. So to recap, when working with an artist, try to find them at events, on Twitter, look for specific hashtags. Find an artist that matches your game, work with them so you can achieve the vision you want. Musicians, universities are where we found our composer. She was an up-and-comer, she's doing fantastic. Don't be afraid to give somebody a chance who can provide you some samples. They can mold the stuff that they make to fit your game. You just have to give them a chance and give them time. You're not going to be getting Beethoven the next day, but you might over the course of a year or so, something like that. Developers, as a designer, you need to learn what developers are doing. It shouldn't be a dark art to you. It shouldn't be like speaking a different language. Put in some effort. Learn what your developers are doing day in and day out. They'll appreciate it, and it'll help you be a better designer if you can speak to the language that they speak. I hope you enjoyed this talk. I hope it helps you in creating your world and bringing it together, because it's very rare that one person can create an entire world by themselves. You need to work with these people in these other disciplines, and it's a team effort at the end of the day. It might be your baby that you dream about and you think about, but unless you are a talented musician, a talented artist, a talented programmer, and a talented designer, it's not going to come alive unless you work with all these people together. I hope these tips are helpful. I hope you take them to heart and you use them. I promise you, if you use them at the start of designing and developing your game, it will save you a lot of headache. If you have any questions about this talk, please feel free to email me at matt@labradorstudios.com. I will do my best to get back to each and every one of you. I hope you enjoyed it. You guys have a good rest of your day. Bye.
Awesome. So that was Matt with his talk. Shame he couldn't have been here today, but as he said, he's not actually in the country at the moment, so a little bit difficult for him to do that. I will make sure that I post his email address in the chat so people, whoever wants to contact him, can do that. And also I will look to see if I can find his Twitter handle. So without further ado, our final speaker of the student conference, actually not just today, but the entire student conference, I would like to welcome Jay. So I'm going to ask him to unmute and start his video. Is he hopefully come on now? Nope. Yep. 1 second. Ask to unmute. There we go. Oh, it's gone back on. You there?
Yep.
Hey Jay, how's it going? You all right?
Oh yeah, I got my coffee. Good to go.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go off camera and mute myself. Feel free to share your screen. If you've got any questions or need me for anything, sorry, then just shout up and I'll come back on camera.
Will do. So let me figure out PowerPoint here for a second. Anyway, I've got 30 minutes. We got a little bit early time. If anyone has any questions in the middle of all of this, drop them in chat or the QA, and I will get them answered, because I want this to be, I can drone on for 30 minutes about the business of games, but I want this to be an opportunity for you to be able to ask questions that you've got along the way as well. So this is the beauty of having, aha, now we got her. Okay. So today we're going to be going over, why you need to understand the business side of games. And I have a handy dandy little I said I was ready and I had questions. I didn't say I was competent yet at this hour. Okay, so hopefully everyone can see the slide deck. It says why you need to understand the business of games. Is that the screen that we're looking at here?
Yep, we can see that. Yeah, perfect.
It's like it was either that or you were going to look at my, highly cluttered and unorganized desktop, and that's never good. So why do you need to understand the business of it? It boils down, it's very simple. There you go. Because if you want it to be your full-time job, you got to be able to make a living at it. And we could actually end the presentation there, because that's the answer. It's not that simple, and we're not going to do that. But this is the fundamental reason. I've been doing this for 20 some years, and we started our indie game business initiative about 3 years ago, where we actually sit down and teach developers about the business of games so they understand. And I tell folks every day, if you want to do this as a hobby, or you just want to do it for art, that's fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. More power to you. But if you want to do this and make it your full-time job, so you're not making games at night and on the weekend and in your spare time, everything else, you have to understand that it's a business. And you may not like that it's a business, but it is. That's the bottom line. So what I want to do for the next 20, 30 minutes here is go through the fundamental aspects of it. When we say it's a business, what makes it a business? What, disciplines are involved? What skills do you need to have? That sort of stuff. So that's what we're going to go over. And like I said, if you've got questions, just fire them over to the chat and I'll get them answered. Or if Leon, let's see here. There we go. I had to make sure it was still up, but there we go. So who am I? I've been on the business side of games for 20 some years at this point. I have an English literature degree from university. So it doesn't really matter what you get a degree in when you're doing business in games, because you're going to end up doing random stuff anyway. Part of the reason that we started our indie game business initiative was because there really isn't anywhere for developers to learn about this stuff. Very few universities teach it. I know we have 550 some universities and colleges here in the US that have some sort of game design degree or game development degree. Less than 5% of them actually even teach a class on marketing, much less, the business side of it. So that's what I've been doing. And I learned it the hard way. I learned it, by doing it for 20 some years. Now, for the last 10 years, I run a consulting firm. We track 4,000 some developers and another 700, 750 publishers. That number fluctuates literally weekly. It's my job to understand the trends in the industry, who's doing what, who needs what. I'm my firm is that little invisible hand in the background that you don't hear much about, but we're involved in a whole lot of other stuff. We have companies from developers, publishers, conferences, tech companies come to us because they want to get a sense of our expertise, but also they want access to that network. But more important to you all, I have a very strong passion for teaching developers the business and marketing side of games. I highly encourage you, and there's some links at the end of this little slide deck. about our indie game business initiative, where, you know, you can go and watch the podcast, join a Discord. You know, we got 2,000 some industry folks on it now, and it's a really good place to learn, and it's a very supportive place to learn as well. So why does business development matter? Well, deals don't happen quickly in this industry, and COVID has made it worse. The developers used to come to us and say, how long does it take to get a game to market? I mean, get a game to a publisher from the day that we send it out to publishers to the time the contract's signed. And I used to say 3 months. That was on average. We had deals that happened quicker. We had deals that took, you know, 9 months sometimes. I had that happen last year. It wasn't even a complex deal, but it took forever. You have to constantly be going out there and, you know, either looking for new work if you're a contract developer, or, you know, pushing your game to publishers. Because like I said, you know, there's 700, 750 of them. You're not going to send your game to all of those, but you're probably going to have a couple hundred. But with the fact that, you know, everybody's been locked down with a pandemic and we've had this big migration to digital events, it's a win-lose situation. Everybody has better access to publishers now. The downside of that is everyone has better access to publishers right now, because we've got publishers that we talk to that are seeing 100 new games a week come across their desk. And so these things take longer. So you can't get to, you know, beta stage of your game, or, you know, soft launch or wherever, and say, that's the time to go find a publisher, because it's not. You have to be working. It's going to take time. You have to be working at this constantly. Relationship building, this industry, for all the billions and billions of dollars that it makes, and we're 30, 40 years old, depending on which game you consider to be the first one, it's still very much a who you know industry. That's not to say that you don't have a chance coming right out of the gate, because you absolutely do, but your life gets exponentially easier when you have a good reputation and you know people in the industry, and building those relationships just simply takes time. You know, staying relevant and learning new trends, it's absolutely dumbfounding sometimes how quickly this industry turns. You know, somebody releases a hyper casual game, you know, years ago, and then all of a sudden they're everywhere. You know, somebody launches a casino game. It's like, who would have thought that sitting down and playing a slot machine on your iPad or phone would be as profitable as it is for these companies? But it is. But you have to be able to adapt. And when you're looking at all of those, you know, trends and changes in the industry, if you don't have time to adapt your game and your project and your studio to that, you're going to get left behind. All right. So Anonymous, do you think that a developer should have a dedicated biz dev person, or is it possible to do it yourself? It depends. This is our, and I'll go ahead and warn you, the majority of the questions that you ask, the answer is going to be, it depends. You can have, best case scenario, you have a dedicated person. Reality wise, that's not always the case. You know, I learned what I learned because I was in a small company. We were an agency back in the late 90s, and there were literally 3 of us, the 2 founders, and then I was the 3rd person, you know, that came in. And you see everything from sending the mail to accounting to prospecting, all the stuff that I'm going to go through here real quick. You see all of it when you're in a small company. If you are working on one project and you're not going out and trying to find contract development work, you can do it yourself. You just need to realize it takes longer, and it's going to be an investment of time. It's not something you can do for like 2 hours a week. You know, I would say you're looking to spend at least 5 to 10 hours a week doing the basics to keep things going. And quite frankly, the other side of it is, if, you know, everyone could do it internally and everyone wanted to, I wouldn't have had a career for the last 20 years because I'm the hired gun they bring in to handle business for a lot of developers and publishers. But you can do it yourself as long as you educate yourself and you set up, you know, nicely optimized little workflows and things like that. You absolutely can do it yourself. If you're a bigger studio, you have multiple projects to pitch, or you need someone who's going out week in and week out trying to find you art outsourcing work or game, full game development outsourcing, all that stuff, you're probably going to need a full-time biz dev person. But we'll go through this real quick and you'll see, how many things go into it. And this might answer your question, for you anyway. So keep losing my little, whatever, my forwards here. So what skills are involved when we're talking about business development? All of the stuff you see on the slide boils into it. Marketing, prospecting, writing proposals, negotiating contracts, project and team management. You may look at that and go, well, that's the producer's job or the project manager's job. It is, but you have to be involved in it on the biz dev side as well. Getting paid, it's kind of important, and, getting endorsements. So, one at a time, we'll jump through these. So marketing and messaging, whether you're talking about your company or yourself, you need to be establishing yourself as an expert in the industry. You can do that through writing articles, blog posts, podcasts, speaking engagements, social media, newsletters, and how do you learn biz dev at uni? I'll tell you in just a minute. The reality is, I told my father this several years ago when he was looking to get back into real estate, and he's like, well, people will expect you to be honest. And I said, Dad, it's the internet. You don't even have to be right. You just have to be loud. And in some ways, that's how marketing and messaging goes. People need to be able to associate your name with whatever it is. If you're an artist, if you're music, if you're like me, you're a biz dev person, whatever it is. And by contributing back to the community and being involved in, things like the IGDA or, even Ukie, all of these things are what goes to building that personal brand. And you don't have to have spent, 10 years doing it. Even if you're coming straight out of university, if you are active in these communities and you write articles, never assume you're the only one going through this. So whatever it is, if you're looking for a job, if you got your first job and it's not what you expected, there's somebody else that's going through it. Unless you have literally been abducted and probed by aliens, somebody else on this planet has gone through what you're going through. And there's a possibility that, even if you have been abducted and probed, there's somebody else going through it. It just depends on when the aliens actually got here. But write about it, ask questions. Discord right now is a fantastic place to network. All of this stuff is going to go towards building that messaging. When you get out there and you're actually trying to compete for work, listen to what I said. There's 4,000 development studios, at least. I'm not even saying we track all of them. I'm just saying we track 4,000 of them. You've got to be able to make yourself known and, recognized. And it does take time, but, by going and doing some of this stuff, that's exactly how you do it. If you go to Gama Sutra and write, you can sign up for a free blog on Gama Sutra. And if you write a blog about your, what your studio is doing and that stuff once every 2 weeks, that's what starts building up. Go out there and apply for speaking positions. Speaking at events used to be a very, very challenging thing. I know I tried to do it I did do it for 17 years, but then I said, you know what, let's just make it a podcast. And we started doing that way. There are so many digital events going on right now. In the month of October, you could have gone to a different event in the industry every single day and never doubled up. There are opportunities out there for you to speak. You just have to put yourself out there and, make it available, and you're going to get picked up. All of this stuff is going to help build the brand for either you or your company. And that's just one part of business development in general. So the question is, how would I learn the biz dev side while at uni? Research. If your university doesn't teach it, tell them to call me because we've got stuff that we can send to them. But go to indiegame.business, and that page has a link to our YouTube page, our podcast. We got like 100 and some episodes of a podcast we've done for over 3 years now that are just like this. You know, we talk about marketing a game. We interview people in the industry. The reality is we still don't have a fundamentally good system for educating and teaching people about the business and marketing of games. So it's going to be research, but you know, our stuff at Indie Game Business, go to YouTube, look at past stuff in the GDC vault. This knowledge is out there, but you're going to have to research it, to be blunt, because it's not very easy. It hasn't been brought together in some unified package yet. All right, next. Prospecting. So prospecting is what it sounds like. It's digging for leads, digging for gold. You know, it's the research and the outreach phase where you find who has the opportunities for you, you know, be it a publisher or, you know, another developer or whatever. You've got to understand who has the opportunities, and then you've got to be able to reach out to them. So we've got that giant database, but it wasn't like it was built in a year. It's literally the culmination of 20 some years of being in the industry and, you know, knowing people and writing all this stuff down. There's a lot of ways to do it. You know, I'm always going to recommend that you get a CRM at the company level. Do you need a CRM for, you know, as an individual, as a student? No. I mean, if you want one and you want to learn it, it's absolutely not a bad idea. And you can get some for free. But a CRM is, I believe it stands for Customer Resource Management. But it's a giant database. It's a cleaned up database that's a little more, you know, handy than a spreadsheet. And it's where you keep track of companies, you know, all the emails that go out to them, their contacts or social media, all that sort of stuff. You want to start building that as soon as possible, because that's what's going to fuel all your business development work anyway. So how do you fill it up? Industry guides, they, you know, there's all sorts of sites. You know, I'm sure the UK has a guide on all the different studios in the UK. I know Tiga used to have one. Ukie probably has one as well. They're out there. But industry guides, subscribe to newsletters. You know, we've got one. Simon Carlos has a really good one. Chris Zukowski has a fantastic one about marketing your game. You know, a lot of these newsletters, even if it's the ones for the news sites like MCV that sends you something in the morning, you need to get in a habit of reading this and seeing, because this is going to go back to those trends in the industry. You know, how are you going to learn this stuff if you don't consume it and know it? You know, news on the web, mailing list. There's I'm not on mini mailing list, but there is one that was started years ago from Stanford University, and it's got all kinds of crazy well-connected people on it. Grunt work, that's what we call. And so here's the irony. You all are in university and you're used to doing this research. When you've been out of it for 20 years, like I have, you're not used to doing that much research. And so it's what we call grunt work, when you get in there and you have to start absolutely just digging and taking notes and researching and all that sort of stuff. That's a good way to get these leads. And then later on, I mean, right now you don't need a personal assistant. But at the same time, a personal assistant is not something that is, you know, solely the domain of multi-millionaire CEOs either. You know, we go on Fiverr from time to time and offer, you know, when it comes to like doing data entry, things like that, we go there and find people. We do internships with our consulting firm and the indie game business side, where, you know, folks come in, they can learn a little bit and do some of this work for us. But when you're doing, especially if you're at a small company and you're like the lead designer and the biz dev person and probably the social media manager as well, you have to really start taking into account what needs the most of your time and where your time is best spent. And sometimes it's not on data entry. And that's where you can go and find folks to take a spreadsheet that you created, convert it into the format for your CRM, or you found a list of conferences in the industry and you want to research all the publishers that were there. It's that sort of stuff. There are economical ways to do it, but getting someone to help you is perfectly fine, and it's not as expensive as it used to be. So once you've figured out who you're going to get the work from, and they send you the proposal, or they send you what we call an RFP, a request for proposal, you got to write a proposal, and yes, blah, blah, blah words. There's an art to it, but at the same time, this is where I like talking to students, because I can teach you how to do something early and I don't have to unteach it to you later. Whenever you write a proposal, whenever you write social media content, anything like that, keep it saved somewhere as a template or as a reference point, so you don't have to go over and redo it all again, from the get-go. And then when you get to the stage that I'm at, it's like, for our consulting firm, I've got like 8 different proposal templates based on the kind of work that it may be. And all of them are a little bit different, but that way you don't have to spend hours writing a proposal, send it off, and then spend another hours one day doing another proposal for something that's very similar. Save all your stuff. It will absolutely be crucial later in your career. So when you're writing a proposal, the things that you want to do: show you understand the problem. How are you going to solve it? What exactly are you going to deliver? How much are you going to charge somebody? Tell them why you're awesome, and save it and use it as a template. You have to be able to articulate how good you are or why you're the best person or company for this job. And you have to be able to back it up with facts. But this is the question we get a lot of times when we're talking about how you pitch to publishers. And developers are like, well, what if it's our first game? That's fine. Do not be ashamed of that. Do not worry about it. Just be upfront about it, because there are a ton of publishers out there who would rather work with a new team and help them on their first time and teach them good habits than have to unteach them bad habits. Just be upfront about it. If it's your first game as a team, but all the individuals have had experience somewhere else, say that. This is our first game, as blah, blah, blah studios, but here are the different games that our leads have worked on in the past. That's perfectly fine. If it's your first one for everybody, just say it. You're going to have a demo and a video before you're going to land a publisher anyway. So it's not as much that they have to take your word for it completely. They're still going to be looking at the work that you've done, but just be upfront and say, look, this is our first game. And so we want somebody that's going to help us, succeed in that way. There are enough publishers out there that, you can find the right one for you. It may take more work than you initially thought, but don't ever in this industry lie about what you've done, burn bridges and, treat people callously, because it will absolutely bite you in the ass later on. This is a very, very close-knit industry. As big as it is, those of us who've been doing this for 2 decades joke, and it's not really a joke. We're serious. There's nobody we can't find in 2 phone calls. So if you come to me and I'm the publisher and you're like, well, I was the art director on this game, and I look at it and I go, I don't think you were. And I start doing a little bit of research, and I get a hold of the developer and they're like, that person hasn't ever worked here. Or, they were our social media intern at the time. You can't do that. Everybody knows everybody in this industry. And so you always have to, just be upfront, but don't be afraid to be upfront either, because it's like everything else. There's horrible people in the industry, but the majority of us are actually really good. Sorry. All right. So project management, this is where I was talking about. Yeah. That looks like a producer job. It is. You do need a good producer. But as the biz dev person, one of the things that you're going to be very focused on is making sure that you hit milestones in development, because you don't get paid until you hit that milestone. So if that milestone is going to be 3 weeks late, you need to know that, and you need to understand why it's going to be 3 weeks late. It all factors in. You don't necessarily need to be managing the projects and producing the games. but you need to be aware of them. You need to know where things are. Even if you're not in every stand-up meeting every single morning, you should at least be there once a week. But you need to understand that you've got the right people on the right job, that you understand very quickly what's going on so you can do these preemptive strikes against future problems. You want to make sure nothing falls through the cracks, and get the job done like you said it would, because again, reputation is everything in the game industry. And no one comes back for crappy service. That's the reality. So Bob, what does a successful biz dev look like on a month-to-month basis? Oh, that's a good question. All right, let me get this done. Let me get wrapped, and then I will answer that. So one of the most embarrassing phone calls I ever had to make was about 10 or 12 years ago. And we had done a deal with a publisher, and it came time to deliver beta. We weren't at Gold Master yet. But as we approached Gold Master, it's like, we still haven't been paid by beta. And, I reach out to the publisher and I'm like, what's going on? And they're like, well, there's no multiplayer in the game yet. I'm like, what? And I turn around and I look at, our producer, and I'm like, why? I said, we're not getting paid because we haven't delivered the multiplayer that we said we were going to deliver in the contract. And he goes, oh, the multiplayer got taken out months ago. Did you tell anyone? Did you mention that? Because, our client doesn't seem to understand that there's no multiplayer. The producer, had talked to the dev team. They said they weren't going to be able to do it. And he was like, oh, okay, that's fine. Wasn't fine, but he said it was fine, but he never told the client. Things like that are going to happen. That's just the reality of games. You're going to run into things where you have like a major shift in design or scope or focus. It happens in every project. What doesn't happen is that you don't communicate that to the rest of the team. And at this point, it had happened months ago. It was so far gone, there was like no hope. And I had to turn around and call this publisher and say, I'm sorry, I told you there was going to be a multiplayer aspect of this game, but there's just not going to be. And it was nothing more than, a lack of communication between, my side, the publisher side, the developer, and the producer. You just absolutely have to stay on top of everything. And because things like that happen, and it's bad when things like that happen. So like I said, you don't necessarily need to be the producer, but it's a situation where you absolutely need to understand week to week what's going on with the project and what's on time and what's not, and all that kind of good stuff. So back to the part of this is a business, you have to get paid. So when you're looking at contracts and proposals and all that sort of stuff, if it's a situation where it's a development cycle and you've got 3, 6, 9, 12, 36, however many months left in development, you always want to tie your payments to these milestones. And that way it keeps everything on track. It's the standard way of doing things in the industry anyway, unless the development cycle is like super, super short. But you go through in the contract and you say, okay, look, at the end of January, here's what we're going to deliver. In February, this is what we're going to deliver. And when you deliver that, you get paid. So you need to make sure that everything is crystal clear on what it is that's going to be delivered. Give the client the info that they need to pay you. You'd be surprised how much this happens. It's like somebody sends us an invoice and I'm like, that's great, we have an invoice. I don't have your wire transfer information. I don't even have a PayPal account for you. How exactly am I supposed to send you this money? Make sure that they have that and they don't have to come back and ask for it, because you're going to run into companies who only do payments like once a week or once every 2 weeks. And if your invoice hits that CFO's desk and he's like, well, okay, I owe them $30,000, but I don't have any way to pay them. And he sends it back to, your producer or whoever you sent it to and said, you got to tell me where to send this money. They could not get it back in time. And then you're looking at another 2 weeks before you get paid. So always put the info for how to get paid, how you want to be paid on the invoice itself. Learn how to forecast your revenue. You don't have to be a data analyst or a CFO. Trust me to God, I do it. And I suck at math. It's not my forte at all. But being able to understand what your revenue stream looks like, 3 to 6 months out, and you don't have to plan this stuff 2 years out. I've been doing it 20 years. All we do is plan it 6 months out, because that's how quick the industry moves anyway. I had a client call me last year and he's like, I'm really concerned about our payroll and everything, in mid 2021, and I started laughing, and he's like, what? And I'm like, that's like a year away. And frankly, we're doing good as an industry if we can forecast revenue 3 months away. So you need to understand what's coming in and what's, you can use accounting software. I don't. When I'm forecasting our revenue and looking at cash flow over the course of a year, I use a spreadsheet. Track your payment status. It sounds kind of like, of course you would, but you'd be surprised. There's a lot of times when you have smaller payments coming in and you don't like mentally track it. But even some basic accounting software or invoicing software is going to have a thing that'll show you the payments that you haven't received yet. You always want to make sure you're on top of that. Understand your expenses. There's all these little secret things that are hidden with taxes and fees and all that sort of stuff. You have to factor that in. And then you have to give yourself about a 40% cushion on it as well. Understand exactly what you have to pay out. And most importantly, pay your contractors. A lot of these projects, especially with new studios, they come out and they're like, oh, we're going to work on rev share. That doesn't always work. And even if you are going to do it, you need to make sure you have a very solid contract in place to do it. But pay the people that work for you, because if you want something that's going to come up and cause more damage to your company and your brand than anything else, let it get out that you're not paying the people that work for you. And it's going to be disastrous. So it's just a good human thing to do, but it's something that you need to be doing to stay on top of everything anyway. All right, so endorsements. And I'm going to go through these quickly because we've got questions piling up and I know y'all are ready to get out of here. So once it's all said and done, absolutely ask for that endorsement. One of the things that you need to do day one, if you haven't already done it, is set yourself up a LinkedIn page. And you need to have one as an individual. And if you're working for a company or you're starting a company, you need to make one for the company. It takes 30 minutes. It is absolutely painless. And it's essential because when you start reaching out to people, one of the first places those of us on the business side of the world are going to go is LinkedIn to see, we'll go to your website, but we're also going to go to LinkedIn, see what you've done, how you look, and is it professional looking? It just makes you look authentic. And so it's good for research and, prospecting and all that stuff too, but you just need to have it. And in that, when you work with somebody, you can request an endorsement, and that helps because then you've got people basically vouching for you. Did they like the value of the work? You might want to go through on a weekly or bi-weekly basis and say, hey, this is the stuff that we've been doing. So they constantly remember. You don't want to like badger them with it, but sometimes you need to remind people that you've been working on things. Get the endorsement, ask for referrals. Like I said, 2 decades, the vast majority of our clients come from word of mouth. We do a job for somebody and they're like, you know what? I know this studio or I know this company and they could probably use your help too. Let me do an introduction over email. Ask for that. Always just think, what's the worst that can happen? If you go and you send somebody an email, or because you always want to get the endorsements in writing, but if you send them an email or you reach out to them on social media and say, hey, look, can you give us an endorsement for the work that we did? And they say no, that's it. Just don't even argue it. Because if you get in an argument about why you deserve one, it's just going to make things worse. Building that thick skin and learning to accept the word no is part of doing business in the industry. You can't take it personally. It's just one of those things. But that's the worst that can happen. No one's going to like vilify you on the internet because you asked for somebody to say you did a good job on something you did a good job on. So just get out there and ask it. It's vitally important to make sure that you've got stuff going on. So here's some of those resources I was talking about. Powell Group Consulting is our site. That's our consulting firm, but there's a link in there to all the indie game business stuff. There's a whole section of the site. You can actually download our publisher list. And so we track that list of 700 and some publishers. We can email it to you. There's a place on the site to do that. That Discord has over 2,000 industry professionals in it right now. That's the place I was saying it's a great place to network, but it's also a great place to ask questions. And, it's a very, safe, supportive area. No one's going to laugh at you for asking even the most basic of questions, because that's what we do at Indie Game Business, is help people answer those basic questions. And then the podcast and the videos are on that site as well. We've got an event coming up in 2 weeks where I've got 20 or 30 different sessions lined up about the business and marketing of games, and it's completely free. And you can just listen in. All that stuff's on the site. So, all right, let's hit this questions. So what does a successful biz dev look like on a month-to-month basis? A lot of it goes out there, and I'm going to use an American football term. We call it blocking and tackling. It's doing the basics to get everything rolling. If you're going out there every week and reaching out to 20 or 30 different companies, on that prospect list that you've made, you're going to get work coming in. I can't explain it. There's no wonderful analytic answer to it. That's how I've done things for 20 years. And that's what I see. It's all about consistency. And if you're going out there and being consistent each week, you need to be reaching out and, reaching out to new companies that could have work for you, and furthering the relationships with the companies that you already know. You need to be posting to social media. You need to be writing an article or so, making yourself visible at some way, shape, or form. And that's it. It's consistency. There's a ton of these, digital events happening now. Getting out there, and sometimes we, even in the days of the old live events, we'll go back to them. But sometimes we would go to conferences without really a clear agenda, and we called it waving the flag. And you're there basically to network and see people that you haven't seen in a while, but to let people know you're still alive, that you're still out there, you're still in the industry, you're still working, you're still looking for stuff. So it's about making yourself visible every month and doing those basics, outreaches and follow-ups that you need to be doing. And if you do that, work will come your way. So are publishers better than getting investors? What's the difference? I heard that publishers are evil. Some of them are. That's the reality of it. They're not all evil. The fundamental difference between a publisher and an investor is an investor is going to, put money into your company, and a publisher is going to put money into your project. So you can go out and get investors and get your company funded, but you're still probably going to need a publisher, to get it to market. Publishers aren't necessarily going to invest in your company until they've worked with you for a couple of times. So that's the fundamental difference. Investors give you money, company, publishers, your game. Yes, there are publishers that are evil, but the majority of them aren't. This is where it comes down to you doing your research, making sure that that publisher that you're going to work with has a good reputation. And, Google, Reddit, and Twitter can help you right there. I mean, if there's a publisher that has, done someone wrong at some point, you're going to find out. You just need to do a little bit of research, do a bit of Googling. But once you do, you also need to realize that just because they screwed up once doesn't necessarily mean they're horrible all the time. Some of the stuff that comes down and it's, reflects really badly on a publisher is due to one person or a couple of people. And if those people aren't there anymore, then there's less likely to be that problem. But they're not all evil. And the vast majority of the issues that you see with publishers could have been solved at a research phase or at a contract phase. And, no matter how big or small the agreement, I'm always going to recommend you get an attorney, preferably one that understands the game industry, to review it. And, when you're starting out, you look at it and you're like, attorneys are expensive and I don't know if we really need it. This contract looks pretty big, straightforward. You need it. You absolutely need it, because that's going to give you that assurance. That money you pay up front to the attorney is far less than you're going to lose or end up paying if something goes completely sideways with the publisher. So how hard is it to get a publisher for your game, and where do you find them? I could do a whole nother hour talk on that. And actually I do. So if you go to the site there is, I've taken the page down for right now because we're doing some updating, but when you get that publisher list mailed to you, there is a link to a Zoom site. And so once a month, I do a completely free webinar on how to find a publisher, how to go from that list to actually finding the right one. All right, so hold on a second. Let me see, and I will find you the version really quick because I did a talk for the big conference last summer, which is basically my how to find a publisher talk. Bear with me, bear with me. There we go. All right, so you can absolutely hang out at our next webinar if you want to, but they're in chat, and there as a formal answer, you go. That is the talk that I do that basically walks you through how to find a publisher. Again, it's research. A lot of the things about the business side of the industry, despite how much it's overlooked, it really is vitally important, and it's a good amount of work. I mean, you're talking to someone who's literally made a career out of handling this for companies that didn't want to or didn't have the capacity to handle it internally, because it is a lot of work. Which ones are the best game business events? Ours. Ours is good. I like it. But there's an aspect when it comes to looking at events. Events are either focused on business to business or business to customer. The things like PAX, EGX to an extent, but EGX got some business stuff in it as well. If they're mainly catering to the consumers, it's not necessarily the best place to do business. If you go to things like our event, GDC is a very, very business event. It's not consumer focused at all, but it's also ridiculously expensive. Look at who the audience is going to be, and that's the way to tell you. I mean, and there's so many of them now that you can do. It's like, even if you wanted to do the business side of our meetings, our system, it's only $50. It's not ridiculously expensive. There are some that cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars. But you want to look at the ones that are focused primarily at other businesses, not the ones that are focused at consumers. You want to go to the ones that are focused at consumers when you are to the point where you're getting ready to self-publish your game and you need to be marketing it directly to the gamers. That's when you go to that one. But for the business ones, stick to the ones like ours, the indie game business ones. Pocket Gamer, like I said, GDC to an extent. There's a ton of them, frankly, but they're not as expensive. Don't spend hundreds of dollars on a ticket because you don't have to, especially getting started. Go out there and test the waters. And the good thing is, if you go to a smaller one and you completely screw up and you're not on your A game and you're not operating to the best of your ability, that's fine. You're not sitting there dealing with a lot of the bigger companies. You need to do this as practice. When you're coming out of university and everybody's like, well, take practice interviews, do practice meetings. Whether you think that publisher is going to take it, what you do or not, if they take the meeting, take it. You can build your network and you can practice your pitch and all that kind of good stuff too. So just do a little bit of research. And there's a site, and I can't remember offhand what the URL is. I know it's listed on our Discord. There's literally a site that lists all the upcoming game industry events. We used to track it and make it public as well, but there's just got to be too many of them. Do you think larger studios on the commercial side of the business takes over and development follows what makes money? No, I don't think that. I know that. There is an absolute reason why you don't see companies like EA and Activision, Sega, all these giant publishers, the publicly traded ones, they don't do indie style games. Every now and then one of them goes, oh, we have this indie initiative and we're going to do this, game. by and large, they play it safe. And the way they play it safe is by looking at trends, looking at market research, doing comparables and going, okay, so, Fortnite, classic example, when PUBG and Fortnite first got going, the big publishers weren't looking at it seriously. They, it wasn't coming from a 60, person, 600 person studio. It wasn't a $60 game. It wasn't something they had ever included in any of their other games. They didn't take it seriously. Then when it started making tons of money, they were like, oh, okay, well, we need to add a, battle royale version of Call of Duty and all this other stuff. Bigger companies, yes, they absolutely follow the money. That's what they do. That's what they have always done. And part of the reason is every year, we all get up in arms and because FIFA or Madden or whatever the latest sports game is, they haven't added anything new. It's just a roster update. But you know what? Millions of people still buy them, and that's why it never changes. The innovation in the industry always comes from the indie side, which is why I sit back and laugh so hard when things like the Game Awards come on and you have all of these fans and gamers in Twitch that are just rolling their eyes and making fun of the indie games that get brought up. And then I just want to reach through the screen and grab them by the neck and go, where do you think Fortnite came from? Where do you think League of Legends came from? They're all based on mods or indie games. And so, yes, the big companies are never going to take big chances. They always want to make sure, what they're doing is safe and it's going to make money for them. Like Activision in particular, don't even send them a product if you can't show them how it's going to sell 10 million units, because that's the only thing they want to look at. Games that sell 10 million units. That's a lot of copies, and that's never going to be the indie studios. So yes, the larger studios do, the bigger publishers do, but it's kind of like an iceberg. In terms of revenue, it's flipped. The big part that's underwater is the revenue from these, AAA studios and AAA publishers. But when you look at the number of games launched, even the number of successful games launched, the majority of them are indie games. That little part of the iceberg sticking out the top of the water are the AAA games. So don't ever stop making indie games, because those are the games that, fuel the rest of the industry at the end of the day. All right, I am way over time. And so if you've got any other questions, you can find me on our Discord or email me. My email address is j@powellgroupconsulting.com. And I'm happy to answer questions. I love doing this. That's why I'm here this morning drinking my coffee. That's it. Thanks, everybody.
Hey Jay, thank you so much, man. That was awesome. Really,
It really
good.
was. It was such quality, and I think if no one's taken something really solid and tangible from that, they must have not been listening, because that was really passionate and really brilliant stuff. So thank you for your time.
Oh, it's my pleasure. And like I said, if y'all want more of this, our YouTube page is we archive all our stuff, all our podcasts. Even all of our even all of our event sessions are archived on our YouTube page. It's free. It's 100% free.
Awesome. Okay, well, I'll probably poach a load of that stuff and include it in a kind of roundup email post this event then.
Yeah, I'll send you all the stuff for the site for the conference, and I'll even send you a discount code if you've got folks that want to do the business side. But the education part, the learning, we never charge for it.
Awesome. All right, cool. Well, thank you so much. That was really, really insightful. Thank you. So that actually concludes the student conference. So we've had 3 days of incredible talks, I would say, back to back. And this year was a little bit different because we included some more of the commercial stuff, which you probably won't necessarily learn that stuff at university. So it's kind of important that we do include it in the student conference. And actually, we've got students from various courses this year. So we've got community management and esports and all sorts. So we're trying to mix it up a little bit. So I hope whoever listened either on the Zoom call or on the YouTube channel enjoyed it. I will be sending a follow-up email with kind of some extra bits in. I'm probably going to edit the videos as well. So at the moment, they're all in one big kind of video. So I'll have to edit it down, and then I will upload all of the videos to our YouTube channel, and I will send a link to everyone who attended. So you'll be able to access those for free. Similarly, there are already a load of videos up there. So the content from last year's conference and kind of any other talks that we've done throughout the year, that's all up there as well. make sure you're following us on at Ukie Students on Twitter. We're about to announce the winner of our student game jam on Monday. So that was the hashtag that raised the game jam to do with the diversity pledge. So that should be pretty good. And that's really all there is to say. Thank you again for tuning in, and have a good rest of the day and weekend. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Good weekend, everyone.
See you.